What's up, Straight Talk Society? This is your host, Trevor, and I'm back with another episode of Straight Talk with Trevor.
Because the ladies from Pour Your Heart Out
no topic
will be over
is
here
off
to
limits.
join the panel.
Plus, but it's a must, you gon' respect this. Plus, your nuts will touch the dust, you try to check this. You ain't
The
insane.
MMA brothers, Bones and Zay, have pre and post shows to the MMA shows, and I am your host, Mr. Straight Talk, the man with the greatest beard on YouTube.
I'm gonna tell you something. Facial hair is not apostolic. However you want to cut it, it's compromise. I don't care if your leader says you can wear a beard, honey. Beard's nothing more than pride. You're not going to be dipped in Holy Ghost oil and run around looking like the world.
Oh, I love throwing that in there. Real quick, I am back on Facebook. I guess they took me out of jail. I was able to connect the channel back. Those of you on Facebook, make sure and hit that like, share, and subscribe button.
And also, on Mondays, 6 o'clock, tune in to the same channel for Man Talk Monday. Trust me, you ain't got nothing better to do. Even if you think you do and you tune into that show, you're going to realize, oh, man,
okay,
I've been missing this.
Yeah. Because this is why you need me.
Once you listen to that, drop a like. And if you haven't already subscribed to the channel because you're hard-headed, go ahead and subscribe to it now.
They are goofy.
And when you listen to that, if you haven't subscribed, you're going to want to subscribe. And then you're going to want to go back through the archives. And you're going to want to catch up on all your Man Talk Mondays. And then you might be able to find a few Bible debates in there.
That's what I'm going to say. TFP politics is on Tuesday.
Vancat, Mike, MD, and Ricardo do such a fantastic job with that. That's every Tuesday at 6 o'clock.
My position is impregnable. You can't do it.
If that doesn't fancy your boat,
Wrestling with Reality on Wednesday.
Oh yeah, acknowledge.
we have the return of Straight Talk Therapy sessions with the one and only Dr. Mia. So y'all be sure and tune into that.
And then you got the Bible debates on Thursdays.
So yeah, man, lock in with the Straight Talk Society, man, because you won't regret it, and we appreciate it. Also, milk coming out too. Look out for the merch. And if y'all can be so kind as to subscribe to the channel, it's only $1.99 a month. With all this premium content that we pushing out, it's definitely worth it. It just helps provide the channel with a resource to give y'all even better content, as if it can get better, right? But just go ahead and show us some love. We would be greatly appreciative.
The Straight Talk Society. We will not go over that 2.5 hour mark. So, Mike, you ain't got no shirt on, right?
I never have clothes on, bro.
But I'm saying you like right on the like crazy.
My bad. I don't like clothes, bro. Anybody that knows me,
like crazy.
I'm AI Donald Trump, and I approve this message. It was over 1 million. That's how many people died due to my tragic mismanagement of the COVID-19 pandemic. Over 1 million dead Americans. And then there was the violent insurrection that I incited where even more Americans were killed. A veritable ocean of felony crimes, 2 impeachments, and America was humiliated on the world stage. It was a dark and deadly time in America, and we don't ever want to go back. And that's why President Joe Biden is leading America back to true greatness. The economy is soaring, unemployment is near historic lows, and the nation is finally recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic that I mismanaged. Under the strong leadership of President Joe Biden, the stock market is at a record high, and with President Biden's leadership, unemployment is at record lows, and more Americans are experiencing economic success than ever before. President Biden is a transformative leader who turned America around after I took a giant shit on the economy by fucking up the handling of the pandemic. I lost 3 million jobs and unemployment was nearly 7%. I'm the most despicable sack of shit who ever disgraced America's political landscape. But President Joe Biden is a leader America and the world can be proud of. He's a man of principle, and his wildly successful presidency stands in stark contrast to my hideous and embarrassing incompetence. That's why I am extremely proud to give my complete and total endorsement to President Joe Biden for re-election. Please join me in re-electing Joe Biden as President of the United States this November. Together we can finish the job for the American people.
I'm AI Joe Biden, and by God, I approve this message all fucking day long.
What are you going to do? Pretty soon, you penis heads are going to have to figure out what to do with the rest of your lives, because I'm going to lose the election and I'll be a convicted felon serving a prison sentence, and you crackpot MAGA jerk-offs are going to have to figure out what you're going to do. What are you going to do with all those ridiculous MAGA hats? And what are you going to do with all those stupid Trump flags with angry slogans like fuck your feelings and no more bullshit? All that crap you bought over the years is going to be totally useless. I won't be running for anything because I'll be in prison. There won't be any more white trash rallies, and there won't be any psycho angry posts on True Social. I'll be too busy giving head to my cellmate, and I won't even have a phone anyway, so you'll never even hear my annoying voice anymore. There won't be any internet videos, no more courtroom bullshit, no more Fox News and Newsmax interviews, no more anything. I'll be gone away. The media won't have any more Looney Tunes shit to cover. It's going to be 100% radio silence from me. So what's your plan? Has it even crossed your withered mind what the fuck you're going to do when I'm locked away in a prison cell? Out of sight and out of mind. No media coverage except maybe documentaries about what a criminal fuck up I was. So you MAGA-tards need to ask yourself a simple question. What are you going to do? You've wrapped your entire identity up in a moronic con man cult leader whose impossibly stupid life story will end in a matter of months in a predictably pathetic way. Total disgrace and a lifelong prison term. So what are you going to do?
Do you really believe that garbage?
It's not about a believing, it's a matter of fact.
So you believe.
Well, nobody else can make a decision but me because I was the president. The final decision comes to the president.
You know, it's easy enough for a Monday morning quarterback to say what the coach should have done after the game's over. But when the decision is up before you, and on my desk I have a motto which says the buck stops here, the decision has to be made.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
And I want to say this to the television audience. I made my mistakes, but in all of my years of public life, I have never profited from public service. I've earned every cent. And in all of my years of public life, I have never obstructed justice. And I think, too, that I could say that in my years of public life, that I welcome this kind of examination, because people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
President?
Yep.
Mr. President, I want to raise an issue that I think you've been lurking out there for 2 or 3 weeks and casting specifically in national security terms. You already are the oldest president in history, and some of your staff say you were tired after your most recent encounter with Mr. Mondale. I recall yet that President Kennedy had to go for days on end with very little sleep during the Cuba Missile Crisis. Is there any doubt in your mind that you would be able to function in such circumstances?
Not at all, Mr. Truitt, and I want you to know that also I will not make age an issue of this campaign. I am not going to exploit for political purposes my opponent's youth and inexperience.
will not raise taxes. My opponent now says he'll raise them as a last resort or a third resort. But when a politician talks like that, you know that's one resort he'll be checking into. And my opponent won't rule out raising taxes, but I will, and the Congress will push me to raise taxes, and I'll say no. And they'll push, and I'll say no. And they'll push again, and I'll say to them, read my lips. No new taxes.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
You're full of shit.
All right, thank you.
No, shush. Shush.
In any country, prison is where society sends its failures. But in this country, society itself is failing.
I'd like to punch him in the face, I'll tell you. We won the evangelicals. We won with young. We won with old. We won with highly educated. We won with poorly educated. I love the poorly educated.
You crazy.
Grab him by the pussy.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Shut your mouth, because you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, I did.
Hold it, tough guy. I'm not afraid of physical. Hold it.
Don't sit there and tell me I'm not.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably in Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. You fool me, you can't get fooled again.
They're bringing drugs, they're bringing crime, they're rapists, and some, I assume, are good people. Stand back and stand by. What are you
Last thing was Olivia Gondak. It says that I wanted to eat her pussy. Olivia Gondak. I've never said that in my life tour. I would never do that. I'm happily married. I've got more than enough to eat at home. Thank you very much.
You got to come see us when you come to New York, VP Biden.
I will.
It's a long way until November. We got more questions.
You got more questions, but I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Okay. I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters, okay? It's like incredible. I went to an Ivy League school. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. We now have a gun on every table. We're ready to start shooting.
By the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically.
That was...
Even though they're trying to impeach the son of a bitch. Can you believe that? You believe that? That's enough. Put down the mic.
Mr. President, are you worried about indictments coming down in this investigation?
Punch him in the face, I'll tell you.
If I may ask
Peter,
one other
ahead.
question, are you worried?
That's enough. That's
Mr.
enough.
President, I was going to ask one other.
I don't want reality. I'm asking the question: which one is better? That's exactly what it is.
Got it on tape.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
I don't like words that hide the truth. I don't like words that conceal reality. I don't like euphemisms or euphemistic language. And American English is loaded with euphemisms because Americans have a lot of trouble dealing with reality. Americans have trouble facing the truth. So they invent a kind of a soft language to protect themselves from it. And it gets worse with every generation. For some reason, it just keeps getting worse.
How stupid are these politicians to allow this to happen?
you want to run your mouth, we can be two consenting adults. We can finish it here.
Okay, that's fine. Perfect.
You want to do it now?
I'd love to do it right now.
Well, stand your butt up then.
You stand your butt up.
Oh, hold on.
Big
Oh,
guy.
oh, stop it.
Is that your solution every poll?
No, no, sit down.
Oh, Eric,
sit down. Look at you.
You're saying it's a falsehood, and they're giving Sean Spicer, our press secretary, gave alternative facts. Alternative facts. Alternative facts. Alternative facts.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your.
I ain't talking politics, I'm talking life.
I ain't talking politics, I'm talking life.
It was an unmitigated disaster for President Biden.
I've never seen a politician at any level perform like Joe Biden performed.
Joe had the strangest, weirdest stare.
His answers were rambling and incoherent.
He looks like he's barely surviving. I don't mean the debate, I mean life.
There is a deep, a wide, and a very aggressive panic in the Democratic Party.
The question is, could it be that Democrats now have to reconsider?
Joe Biden sounded hoarse. His energy level appeared to be low. And at multiple points during the debate, he lost his train of thought.
I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. If they just paid 24%, 25%, either one of those numbers, they'd raise $500 billion, I should say, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
Be the first to admit that that was not a good look in that debate last night.
What does that guy, meaning Joe Biden, look like in 3 years in a negotiation with a world leader? I don't want to find out the answer to that question.
Biden gave a very shaky performance, and I think the real danger for him is that this was a performance that reinforces concerns voters already had about him. We know the biggest thing voters worry about when it comes to the president is his age.
40% fewer people coming across the border illegally. That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either. Look.
Calls for President Biden to withdraw from the presidential race are reportedly growing within his own party. In the wake of his disastrous debate, at least 25 Democratic members of Congress are said to be ready to call on Biden to step down.
The president is reportedly acknowledging today that he may be forced to drop out.
The president has privately acknowledged that the next stretch of days are going to be so critical to the question of whether he can save his re-election campaign.
The White House is hitting back.
He's moving forward with his campaign, and anything else that we're hearing or that's being reported is absolutely false.
But there's no question there are growing signs of a mutiny from within his own party.
At least 25 House Democrats are ready to call on President Biden to drop out of the race.
Biden world's all-out panic over the president's re-election chances.
Is President Biden considering stepping down?
Absolutely not.
Why doesn't the president just come here right now and answer for himself? We would invite the president to come here and tell us that directly.
Noted, Kelly.
But he's awake.
That's inappropriate. Thank you, Kelly.
Tonight, amid growing pressure about his political future following his performance in last week's debate, comes as a new CBS News poll shows a shift in likely voters' choice for president. Poll conducted after Thursday's debate shows the presumptive nominee still functionally tied nationally, but a shift toward former President Trump. Previous poll had President Biden leading slightly and also with an edge in battleground states. President is now behind, though still within the margin of error. Yesterday, Texas Congressman Lloyd Doggett became the first Democrat lawmaker to publicly call on the president to step aside following the debate debacle.
Many Democrats now in panic mode over President Biden's chances come November.
Truth, I think, is that Biden is going to lose to Trump. I know that's difficult, but I think the damage has been done by that debate.
And what we are hearing from sources tonight makes clear that lines like this from the White House and top Democrats aren't cutting it.
It was a bad performance.
He had a bad night.
A bad night.
It was a bad night.
A bad night.
He had a really, really bad night.
Thursday night was a bad night.
Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It was a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted. I didn't listen to my instincts in terms of preparing, and I had a bad night.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes out and tells me that, I might do that.
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
Most in his party believe the best chance for Democrats to win is with someone not named Joe Biden at the top of the ticket. There's even a noticeable shift in how big-name allies of the president's, like former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, how they're talking about this race tonight.
Let us not make a judgment about a presidency on one debate.
I think it's a legitimate question to say, is this an episode or is this a condition?
Stay the course. Chill out. Chill out.
This party should not in any way do anything to work around Ms. Harris. We should do everything we can to bolster her, whether it's in second place or at the top of the ticket.
Of course, the Harris that Clyburn is referencing there would be the vice president, Kamala Harris.
Look, Joe Biden is our nominee. We beat Trump once, and we're going to beat him again, period.
Are you ready to lead the country if necessary?
I am proud to be Joe Biden's running mate.
Experts in the history of the American presidency tell me it's feasible for Joe Biden to withdraw, but it's unprecedented. And this late in the game, it would be difficult.
It really is extremely difficult to boot him from the ticket without his consent. If, however, he can be persuaded to step aside, it is difficult and complicated, but certainly possible to replace him and move forward with another nominee.
The calendar is just one complication. From July 21st through August 7th is a virtual Democratic convention. Then August 19th begins the formal in-person convention. 3,894, or 99% of convention delegates are pledged to Biden. They are nominating him unless he drops out. That could cause a chaotic convention. Money could be chaotic too. The Biden-Harris campaign brought in $127 million in June alone, their biggest month so far. They even outraised Donald Trump in June. What happens to all their cash if Biden is no longer a candidate?
Major Democratic donor George Clooney now calling on President Joe Biden to step aside. Clooney says that Joe Biden that he saw at a fundraiser last month and on TV in the debate with former President Donald Trump is not the Joe Biden of 2010 or even 2020. He wrote that Biden cannot win the fight against time. He calls on key Democrats, naming House Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and Nancy Pelosi, to ask Biden to voluntarily step aside.
I find the whole tone of this insulting. I really do. I find it insulting for a couple of reasons. I watched a man get convicted of 34 felonies. I watched a man get adjudicated for sexual battery. I watched a man who got convicted of fraud. And never have I heard this fervor from the media in general about his qualifications to be president. George Clooney never talked about, in that whole article, he didn't mention Project 2025 once. Neither did Stephanopoulos. None of them did. But you're going to tell me how somebody's old?
The polls are showing a downward spiral.
That is not true.
Joe Biden.
That is not true.
Well, it is.
That is not true.
Every poll deal is showing that. But
they're virtually where they were. The polls are virtually where they were.
No, they're not.
That's not.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're just not. And
let's have conversations. What is really at stake? The worst that would happen is if Joe Biden couldn't do it, a very competent, capable woman would step in and do it. So how is this a real argument? And all of this hand wringing. One of the reasons Democrats have problems because they oftentimes look like feckless cowards. Cowards. Yeah, I understand what we're up against, but we've had worse. But to have these conversations and not one mention the remedy, which you already have, is that a competent vice president who's already leading in the polls would take over. It's a false narrative. You never mentioned that. Why would you right now make a president in this close election a lame duck? It's stupid. And to have these conversations about George Clooney, yeah, he's not the man he was in Ocean's 11. What are you talking about? I mean, this is crazy to me. I'm so tired of cowardly people who just don't understand, who just don't get it. And if they do get it, name me a time when somebody gave up the incumbency and won. If you can vote for a convicted felon, I can vote for a cadaver. If you can vote for a convicted felon, I can vote for the crypt keeper. I'm voting because there are things that are so concerning that I can't let this happen.
All right. Here we go. Another TFP Tuesday, Tape Fist Politics. I'm Ven Cat, and I'm joined with the world's most dangerous political panel. And on the panel today, we got the technician, Jeremy. What's going on, Jeremy?
Not much, man. How's everybody doing?
All right. You hadn't been here in a while.
I know. I've been super busy, man. I've been tackling a lot of work and just, I've been getting on a lot of biblical discussions and things like that. Not debates, but just discussions on certain topics. So I've been like swamped.
All right, I hear you. Well, it's great to have you back this week. And then, of course, we got the political prophet amongst men, the MD20. What's going on, MD?
I can't. What's going on? Ryan. Hey, look, man, I need to hire you for my job. Hey,
you're breaking up, MD.
The whole timeline together. I can't. It's storming, bro. It's storming.
Oh, okay. I can hear you now.
I can't do nothing about it.
I can hear you.
All right. I said, yeah, I need to hire you to work on my documentary, man. And you went through the whole timeline. Hell, I was like, damn, is the show over? I didn't know what was going on.
Well, we on and live right now. So what's going on, MD? What do you think here about the whole Biden stepping down thing? What's your take?
Initially, I was angry. I was angry because I looked at it as being a key that was lost, being the incumbency to the presidency. Now, in retrospect, that how I look at everything that took place after the debate, I think it was genius. I honestly think that Biden planned this since after the debate. That's a conspiracy. I admit that. I can put on my tinfoil hat and I know when to take it off. But in my opinion, I think after the debate, he's been planning this the whole time. Here's the reason why I say that. He was reluctant to do any well, let me not say any because he did some, but he was sparse in a lot of his public speaking events. Besides like the Stephanopoulos interview, that's the whole interview, so on and so forth. He also, after the assassination attempt, and many people ain't picking up on this, he stopped all ad campaigning on TV and radio. Stopped it dead in its track, and essentially never picked it back up because, of course, he dropped out of the race, saving millions of dollars in the process of doing it. This whole thing was planned, while basically staving off media by lying, because that's what he did. Because the whole time he said he wasn't going nowhere. He was staying in the race. He was lying the whole time. Looking at it that way, it was genius. He made Trump spend millions upon millions of dollars between the debate and now campaigning on Joe Biden through the war chest, while the Biden campaign spent $0, literally $0. I think it's genius in retrospect. Yes, was I angry because I thought that they were going to bypass or leapfrog Kamala? But now I see that they're not doing that and they're going full steam ahead. It was a brilliant move by the campaign. Brilliant. And I'm riding with it full tilt.
Do you have any reservations about Kamala Harris' election run and the fact that obviously, you know, it's a woman. We had a woman already. We saw how that went. And now it's a black woman. Any reservations?
So we're gonna kick the show off with this.
That's right, sir.
Did you see what happened yesterday? Did you see what happened?
Yes, I did.
30,000 people within a span of 10 hours or so mobilized, ready to go instantly. New volunteers.
I get
span of 36 hours, over 100 million. Nobody's done that. $100 million. 40,000 women on a Zoom. They broke Zoom yesterday. Broke it. 20,000 men on the Zoom call with Roland Martin and Bakari Seller. Broke it again. Van Jones said that the RNC felt 2008S. No, this felt 2008S. And
right.
we enter in the final battle. Every day I praise God that He made me the political prophet. Because now one of those prophecies is about to be fulfilled. We're going into the final battle. Armageddon, if you will, against the misogyny and racism of this country. If you want to go deeper than that, black men versus black women. That's what it's going to come down to with this election. And I'm all here for it. I'm like the watcher in Marvel, looking down on the earth, rubbing my hands together. I'm here for it. The breaking of chains when it comes to social engineering is here and it's now. Point blank, period. I'm riding with Kamala until the wheels fall off, just like I did with Biden. The mobilization is on levels that, in my Trump voice, to the lights we've never seen before.
I mean, to your point,
so
MD,
I feel I have no reservation.
So to your point, you know, Joe Biden earlier in the year, he had a record day of fundraising, which at the time was 25,000. I'm sorry, 25 million. I mean, and oh no, I'm having my Biden moment. 25 million. So then Trump said, "Oh, I can beat that," and he did 50 million about 2 months later. And then Kamala Harris goes on to have a damn near $100 million day, which is crazy.
Here's the difference, Venkat. You failed to mention a key caveat. With that $50 million record, who were those people that donated? Those were top donors.
Top donors, yeah.
Who broke the record yesterday?
That's all small donors. Yeah, small donors, yeah.
There is no comparison to that. No comparison.
Good point. Very good point. Can't argue with that. All right. So we got Mr. King of Popcorn. We got Ricardo. What's going on, Ricardo?
Yes, sir. Pleasant evening to everybody. Jeremy, glad to see you back on the panel. We were getting word there for a second. We're like, did we run you off? Did we say something about you, Jeremy, that you didn't want to come back to us?
Please. Takes more than that to scare me off, my friend.
Glad to hear. MD, as you know, great to have you on here, political prophet amongst men. Your words are impregnable. I don't know who you're going to get pregnant, but cut it out, MD. And Venkat, yeah, it's been let me just start off by saying, if anyone that saw this coming from a week ago or the week prior, where we had assassination attempts or as my twin and I would put it, very conveniently timed events that just didn't make sense to me, but towards, the Republican convention, all of that, I would have been like, yeah, there's no hope for the Democrats, and this is within a span of almost, what is it, almost 72 hours now. Um, we're not even talking about the shooting that happened the week before. If you notice, the news cycle completely switched narrative. I believe right now MAGA nuts are going in meltdown mode. Now, when I mean meltdown, they don't have a clue what to do at this point. And this is all their fault. If you had not been running on this whole narrative of, oh, he's too old and who is he, this and that. And I think, and like MD said, I think he might have planned this out very well. If this is the case, he might be smarter than we actually thought. Joe literally flipped the script to the point where now Trump doesn't even know how to attack or go in his unhinged attack mode, because he knows what will come after. And I think this has been the same thing that everybody's been going by. If and when he does become unhinged, I believe he's gonna, alienate the independent voters, which he will need. And this is what I've been saying the whole time. There's no way you could spin this. You're having the first female president running and the first black president. I've remember what my stance was. If Joe wasn't going to be able to do it, he was going to do this whole hiccup of, I'm going to be out for like 6 months, and here comes Kamala being president. So in either case, it would have worked out in terms of how I said it was going to work out. But I didn't see this coming from a mile where he would have dropped out. I will say one thing though. I did not like how this whole thing played out on the Democrats' part. They could have solved this internally. They could have done all of this behind closed doors. I didn't like the whole narrative of, we're going to get rid of somebody being too old. Ageism is not something we need right now to be like reflective. And it was because I've seen it happen in action in real life to someone that's close to me, where they're saying that this person is too old. And it's like, what are we doing? Are we saying that certain people are too old to run the country? Are we saying certain people they should give up and just sit aside and wither and just fade away into the sunset? Like, that's not a message and narrative that I like. This country has an ageism problem, and it's always been there. Would it be a woman is too old? She used to be the hottest thing on the block, and now she's just pruny, dried out and whatnot. Or this guy might be too such and such. That we need to cut that out. The way they treated Joe, they could have done a lot better, because again, lest we forget, the Democrats were the one that begged him to come in. If you all forget, during COVID, they were like, we can't go through a second term with Trump. We just can't do it. And here they come begging Joe to say, hey, you need to run. Like, now is the best time. You didn't run against him the first time. If you had run, you would have won, and we wouldn't have had this issue. And he said, I can't do it because I'm in mourning process. I'm mourning my son, dying. And they said, no. Take your time, but you need to run. And he said, all right, I will think about it. He didn't run against Trump, and we all know what happened. Then when Trump won, they were like, oh no, we're in panic mode again. Joe, you got to run, sir. You got to do it. You got to do it for the best interest of this country. And he said, I'm not going to do it because I am getting older. I just don't think it's in the best interest. And then he ran. And then now we're saying, oh, Joe, you did your country well, but we don't need you anymore. It's time for you to step aside and make the young people come in. And what are you doing? Like, that's not, like, you don't treat people like that. That to me was like the most despicable way. If you could, like, the man didn't have to run, and he did on account of y'all think it was like we couldn't do a second term with Trump. We were all in panic mode. And he came in, and you knew damn well that he was old. It wasn't like it was a secret. We all knew Joe was old. He was going to be the oldest president. And again, a president doesn't run for one term; they run for two, if I'm not mistaken. Are we all in agreement in that? Like, you will never have a president go, I'm going to run once and that's it. They're going to run twice. So we knew that's the reason why he picked Kamala in the first place, just in case that if he becomes too old or something happened, where she would then interject or step in. That was the whole point of the VP. Now everybody was like, oh my God, he's too old. We got to question his cognitive state. It's all this narrative. So then he said he's going to write his own book. And history will look back at this, and I believe I'm going to be right here. There was certain faults in this, but they could have handled it a little bit better. And I'm speaking of the Democrats here. Could have handled it way better, but I digress. All in all, we got what we got. And now the narrative has been switched. It's been flipped over. And I believe now Trump is the oldest president running. So then now what does he say? Because now you look like a goddamn flipping idiot and fool now. because now you're running against a woman at that. Women rights will be an issue. You're running against a black woman, the black vote that you keep pandering for. Oh, you got to buy my golden sneakers and shoes, and I got shot, so now every black person that got shot now can relate to me. Like, no. And then now you have a prosecutor at that, and you're a criminal. Like, how many convictions have you had? So there's certain things now that I don't think MAGA group is prepared for, because as much as Kamala has her flaws and all of that, she's very sharp. If you remember when she was interviewing Brett Kavanaugh when he was going on the Supreme Court, all those lying ass people that went on the court and said, "Oh, we weren't going to get rid of Roe v. Wade," and look what they did. She was keen in asking certain questions where she knew the answers, what the answers were going to be, and still asked them anyways. I think that is where she's going to draw out that secret weapon that she always had, that we never saw, because I guess Biden always, wanted to be the showrunner, the Beyonce, the whole group or whatnot. But it's interesting now to see the whole dynamics of how this all played out and how it's going to go forward. So I grabbed my popcorn. It's all been buttered. There's so much more to come. But I just want to say this final point before I let everybody else speak. Trump today made a statement where he's like, "Oh yeah, now I think the presidential debates are very important. It's very important for the American people to see the presidential debate." So now you want to have debates, Trump? After this whole time you were like, "I'm not going to do them." So now you want to have debates. Okay. Grab your popcorns, guys, because the flip-flopping will continue until the 13th of November, when everybody's undecided, and then the 14th when we're going to vote. That's when you're going to see the true representation of what this country thinks, how they think it should move forward, and what's going to be happening. There's so much at hand here where we have the Senate and the House at stake, other than the presidential election. So keep that in mind, and I'll leave it at that.
Hey,
All right.
real quick to Ricardo's point. It's not that he wants to have the debate. He wants to have a crutch. He wants to switch it from ABC to Fox News, so Fox News will help him, like a handicap match. That's what it is.
But that would be fair, though, MD, because Biden set the environment for the first one. So it's only right that Trump gets his
I don't have
preference.
no issue with it. I think that Kamala will wipe the floor with him in any environment.
Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah.
So
I agree.
I don't. I'm just saying what the dynamic is. He understands that in that control environment on ABC, he's not gonna have an advantage. He's just not. Whereas now he want to go back to Fox News, so he can get somebody like Brett Baer or somebody like that to string him along in the narrative. But hey, it's over with. It's a wrap. In any form of dialogue that Trump and Kamala Harris have, she automatically got +1.
Facts.
Automatic.
Facts. And that's why they're in meltdown mode now, because they never saw it coming. But you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Because if you notice, he kept saying, "Oh, it's all about me and Joe and Joe." But then Joe, like you said, MD, maybe he had planned this out the whole time and nobody saw it coming, and it was a great shock to them, because then now they have to pivot. How do you pivot? I don't know how they're gonna do it, but you can't use racial rhetoric this time, the dog whistle. It won't work, and it will not help you. I can only say this to him and the MAGA group. That I've heard if you heard what that Republican said, "Oh, she's a DEI, whatever," that will not work, sir. Because now when you start doing that, you're now going to galvanize the crew even more. So I would urge Republicans to be very careful with this. This is not Hillary. It would be different if it was.
It's no sense of you saying that, Ricardo. It's going to be racism at 1,000 miles per hour. You might well just shut it. Ain't no reason to say that. It's a wrap.
But
the war is on.
We know
Well,
it's empty.
Well, there's a video I'm going to play a little later that supports both of your points.
All in all, though, I gotta say, and we know they're gonna do the misogynistic crap too, which, I'm like I said, I'm not the greatest fan of Kamala, but when you're gonna do the attack of racism and the whole bits and yards, that's when you're gonna start alienating the voters who are the moderate voters at that, who are independents, who's gonna go, wait a minute, I don't think this is where I want to go. And that's what he did the last time. That's how Joe Biden ended up winning. So when everybody's saying, "Oh, I think he has this in the bag," he does not have this in the bag. She has her flaws, so does Trump. But I think she will feel a little bit better because, again, he's the oldest person running in the race. The same exact thing that he was going on and on about for Joe is the same thing that's been flipped towards him. And I would love to see how he's going to handle this, because she could have hit him with also, and I'm sure she's going to do it, hit him with all sort of things. Lest we forget also, he did donate to her campaign. So if he didn't think she was good enough to run, he would not have donated. And I would hit him where it hurts with that one. But I digress. It's going to be fun to watch.
All right, thanks, Ricardo. Jeremy, what are your thoughts here on all the developments? Joe Biden stepping down and Kamala stepping up.
Well, first off, I want to start off by saying I'm bleeding, and we'll leave it like that with Trump. Joe stepping down. I guess you can kind of see that coming. I guess you can see that coming because he's just at that age. No, just credit to his work and what he did. Any man who does that at that age, regardless if he was up to par or not, is that's just what it is. I wouldn't underestimate the stupidity of this country. I just wouldn't put it past them. When the last election, I don't really follow politics too much as you fellas do, but during the last election, what made me think that Biden was going to win was simply the mindset of the United States, right? This country flip-flops. When one is there, oh, he's terrible, we need something else. And then they just constantly go back and forth. They're like a wave that just tossed to and fro. They're so unstable. So I think you have a lot of people now getting back on the Trump, bandwagon. I don't know. I don't know. She raised $100 million. I had no idea about that, but that's pretty wild. The mindset of the people, I think, is just in a different level. I look at because I deal with people on a regular day basis, all from all walks of life and in my job, and the mindset is shifted more towards Trump, even amongst Black people, elderly people, young people. A lot of them have been. I don't really bring it up, but they end up bringing it up, and when we're sitting down at the table, and I just see a big switch coming. I don't know. Call me crazy. Maybe it's different in you guys' neck of the woods or what you're seeing, but personally, and just from what I hear, people are flip-flopping, and I think that either way, we're doomed. Doesn't matter. You can have Kamala or Trump. Pick your poison, right? You're going to be doomed either way. So like I said before, I'll say it again. They don't have people's interests when it comes down to doing things. They're silver-tongued speakers, but that's about it. I don't think politicians' track records fare too well in the sense of for the people. Now, for their cronies and whatever else, it's fantastic. They're 100% tip top. But for fellows like us, they're not. They don't have a very good record. They don't do for us. They do for the uppity up. No matter who you put in office, they do that. Take a look at how they supposedly say that taxes aren't up. Well, you know what? The cost of everything is up like 300%. There's your tax increase because you got to pay taxes on the things you purchase. So they just find another way to do it, and they do it deceitfully to the people. So it's wild. It's going to be crazy, and I agree with you guys' sentiments on it's going to be this crazy mayhem coming. Oh, absolutely. It's going to be insanity with, the MAGA rejects and the whatchamacallem, what are they called?
Lefty
The
loonies.
younger group, the leftist crazies, and then the MAGA, they're all going to be, we'll be surprised if they start shooting each other like fools. But it's going to be wild. I agree with you guys. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be chaos everywhere. No matter who wins, it's going to be chaos. There's going to be chaos in the streets. That's what I think.
Hey, Van Cat, did you hear the JD Vance speech yesterday in
Uh,
Ohio?
yeah, he took a shot at he tried to take a shot at Kamala, and like nobody clapped for certain portions of it. It was a
Yeah,
real
with the
awkward.
whole Mountain Dew situation.
Yeah, that was a awkward exchange there. I mean,
Okay,
he's already failing. Oh my
Is
god.
Oh he's socially awkward. Did you
and
Yeah.
hear the guy that introduced JD Vance?
I know he did something else too, but I can't remember what it was. I've been going through so much stuff. Like there's so much material on what's going on right now. It's ridiculous. Just for
I'll say right. I'll say to Jeremy's point, the guy who introduced JD Vance yesterday, he told you what was going to happen if they lose. He
oh yeah,
said there will
the
be civil
bloodbath.
war.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
He said civil war
yeah,
verbatim.
yeah, yeah,
so now
yeah.
we're talking war.
Yeah, I
Okay.
remember that. Yeah,
Did they
yeah.
not?
They always
Did
trying to
not,
intimidate people though.
but these people have not learned from history. Then, if that's where their mindset is heading towards, like what happened in the previous civil war that they had, did it bode well for the other side? I digress. It's like same nonsense over and over again. Like they spew so much things, but it wouldn't surprise me that they will go into that whole mayhem type of diabolical nonsense that they usually do. But the people, at the end of the day, and yes, we think chaos will be there, but I think the American people would be far more smarter than that to like allow that kind of nonsense to go about. Maybe it's just me. We've progressed way too far to then go back into that mode, but I digress. But I just want to ask you one thing, MD. Is this the same Vance that said that Trump did essay the victims the whole time, and then now he got picked? And that isn't that awkward to be like? That's a conflict of interest, isn't it? Because he did have a whole bunch of things to say in when was it? A whole bunch of
2016.
2016.
Yeah, 2016. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Van Cat gonna go. I don't know if he got a segment
Yeah,
for it. He
yeah,
probably do.
I have a segment because we didn't get a chance last week to talk about the VP pick, Vance. So I do have a segment that I want to play some of that stuff.
Hey, fellas, I just gotta let you guys know I gotta dip out. I just want to come on and just say hi to you guys and let you know that I didn't disappear, and keep up the good work and keep doing what you're doing, and Lord willing, I'll see you guys on the next week when I'll have a little more time.
Gotcha, Jeremy.
No doubt. Hey, Jeremy, I got your number, man. I'm probably gonna be texting you this weekend.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Text me,
letting you know what the schedule is for God and Government, man. I'm bringing it back.
For sure. Yeah, just
All
keep
right,
me
no
posted.
doubt.
Even just say what's up. Anything.
Yeah, no doubt.
Stay in touch, brother. All right, peace, everybody.
All right.
Good to have you.
So, Ricardo, you were making a point.
No, I was just gonna say, like, even with all of that, Trump still picked him. So I just find it, I guess, being wishy-washy and kissing the ring brings you somewhere, I guess, because these people, even and this proves my point again that MD has been saying this whole time. Had Nikki Haley stuck it out, maybe we wouldn't have been in this position.
Oh my God.
You see what I'm saying? I'm sure she's kicking herself in the foot right now because I've been talking to a whole bunch of people who are like really progressive, conservative people. They were holding out for her to vote for it, but then she kissed the ring, and here we are. Because the Republicans all go in unison for the cause of we're progressing ourselves, and we don't have the internal fighting and all that crap that Democrats do. But this proves a point heavily that had she stuck it out just a tad bit, because the only person I think that didn't even kiss the ring is Christie. I see Christie still going on a limb of even giving advice to Kamala. That's to show you how much that he's not even a part of the whole thing with them. But he's probably the only person I have respect for at this point, where it's like, I'm not going to go about, I said what I said, and this is what it is. Like, I'm not going to go and be a part of this whole mantra of, oh, we're going to be all aligned together. He's like, F that, bump that. I'm not a part of that. I don't want him to win. But I do want people who have good self-serving interests to run about it and be. But we have these two people to pick, and this is where I'm going to end this. And he literally was given like points, and which I agree with as for who she needs to be picking for vice president. But I just wanted to point that out. Had Nikki Haley stuck it out, we would have been speaking differently today. But that's her fault, and we'll leave it at that.
So
Nikki, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm gonna wait. I'm not making a video this week, but I'm gonna just say this, and I say this with all humility. Nikki Haley is a political whore,
yep,
and I'm gonna prove it in the
yep.
video. All this tie together. I'm gonna wait till we get to the RNC portion of it.
DNC,
I'm gonna
DNC.
wait. No, I thought we were talking about the RNC this week.
Oh yeah.
I thought we were talking
A
about the
lot has
convention.
changed. A lot
Okay,
has
all right.
changed.
Well, I'll reserve what I need to say until then.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I want to go into the points that MD and Ricardo made about the slander and the gutter talk, all the worst things imaginable. The dragon of obviously a black female presidential candidate. The GOP is not bashful. Let's take a look at this short video here, and we'll be back.
If we can go into our time machine and go back to 2020, well, every time that someone tried to interject the truth about Kamala, which is that she slept her way to the top, it's a fact. She was with some 6-year-old man, got her start in the political career, and they would go, oh my gosh, how dare you say this? That's so sexist. Well, then suddenly on July 6th, the Daily Mail actually published a headline about the fact that Kamala Harris was, thoughting through life.
Over the past 24 hours, right-wingers have shifted their rhetoric to immediately attack presumptive Democratic nominee Kamala Harris with racist and sexist rhetoric. Unfortunately, there's more video where that came from. Let's watch some of those clips from Fox News and Newsmax. Take a look.
And the big challenge, the deliciousness of it all, is this woman who is literally a DEI hire, a woman who laughs about little yellow school buses and Venn diagrams, who cackles like an insane woman. How are you going to jump? How are you going to skip over her because she's female and her skin color is the correct DEI color?
Joe Biden chose her not because she was some wonderful politician. Joe Biden did not choose her based on merit. He chose her based on the same criteria of DEI that got Trump shot.
Well, assuming, Jesse, that it ends up being Kamala Harris as the nominee, and I know a lot of big Democrats are endorsing her, but the one voice that's been silent on Kamala is Barack Obama and his wife, Michelle Obama. They've been very quiet. So I think maybe Michelle Obama still may be in the mix. That being said, if in fact they go ahead
wait a
with
second.
Kamala
Is
Harris,
Michelle Obama's in the mix? Is she in the mix in Chicago, in her hometown?
They can position her as the reluctant candidate. She's a woman of color, so that squares the Kamala Harris circle, being a minority and a DEI hire.
Meanwhile, the Trump campaign put out an ad that largely avoids that rhetoric, but does hit Harris on her laugh. Take a look.
If you ever wondered how Joe Biden could get the border so screwed up, remember, he had help. Here's Biden appointing Kamala Harris to be his border czar to deal with illegal immigration. And here are a record number of illegal immigrants, 10 million and counting, flooding over the border after Harris was put in charge of stopping illegal immigration. To be fair, Harris got off to a rough start by ignoring the border.
Do you have any plans to visit the border?
I'm here in Guatemala today. At some point, we are going to the border. We've been to the border. So this whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
All right, so there we go. Few highlights there of GOP reaction already, and that last piece was a campaign ad against Kamala Harris. MD, what did you think here about what we just saw there?
Yeah, I mean, at least they made an attempt at counter punching like policy. Um, it's been this whole notion that Kamala Harris is this border czar, and she's directly responsible for what's going on at the border. You can make that argument, but what's also known is that she was one of the ones that helped push the drafting of the bipartisan bill that was supposed to fix it, and the Republicans chose not to take it to the floor. So what are we talking about? That's that. It don't matter what Republicans say about the border. I will always say, why didn't you vote on the bipartisan bill that was co-sponsored by both Democrats and Republicans in alleviating the pressure at the southern border? Again, there's nothing that a Republican, especially a MAGA maniac, can say when it comes to policy that there's not a counter to. So it's a weak argument. It's weak because you're not going to mass deport because you don't have the infrastructure to do it. You're lying to the American people thinking that that's what you're going to do. It's not going to happen. I'm telling every MAGA maniac that can hear me right now, if you think mass deportation is going to happen if Biden becomes, I'm not Biden, Trump becomes president, I got a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. That's just what it is. So it's a moot point. It's moot. And I'm fully confident that Kamala Harris can properly excise that in conversation, and that's just what it is. Hell, she the vice president. Why does she need to go to the border? All she need to do is make sure that the legislation get put into place properly. That's all I need her for. I don't need her down on the border. For what? But that's all I got to say about it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, MD. Ricardo, what did you think about that little segment there we just saw with Republicans losing their mind already on the possibility of this black woman being president?
Going in meltdown mode. It doesn't surprise me. I think it's just a little bit on the low brow side. I mean, they could do better. If this were they're gonna head towards, and already I hear the dog whistling of the DEI, that's not gonna work. And I'm gonna explain to them, because somebody gotta explain it to them so they understand. When you go into dog whistling rhetoric of speaking about especially a black woman, when it comes to black people, and I will put this out there for my Caucasian people that are out there who think that, oh, we have it easy. Do you understand that a black person has to work twice as hard to get to where you're at? Do you understand how difficult it is to, and especially in her case, to become a prosecutor? Now, I'm not saying she's the best representation there is, or she doesn't have her flaws, or she didn't do things that were questionable that I question. But when you say certain things and the narrative is that she's a DEI, understand one thing, and I'm going to say this because I said this on top of the show. When you go into that kind of mode, you will galvanize the group to head towards voting her more. And they will relate to her on the cause of, hey, I once was in that position where I had to be the toughest person. Because, again, I know people around me, my wife goes through this. When she becomes, hey, I'm going to be in an authoritative mode. I'm trying to come up with my words. It's like, oh, but she's this, or she's that, or she's. So when a black woman is in a particular position, she's going to come off too harsh, or she's going to come off too hard, or she's going to come off as a bitch, or what. This is the things that they dog whistle to. Be careful, Republicans. I'm going to say this and I'm going to interject it again. The more you dog whistle to the rhetoric of she's black and she's this, you're doing yourself a great disservice. Stop doing that, because not only will you alienate the group that you're trying to get to vote for you, they will then shift automatically to her. If you want to do things, talk about the policies, talk about, yeah, you could make fun of the laugh, make fun of the whatnot. Yes, she did a terrible job when it came to immigration and the border and all that. Talk about that, but don't do the dog whistling of the whole she's black and she's not black, and it's not gonna work, because as far as I'm concerned, or as far as I know, she went to a HBCU. That says a lot more than some of these black people that are in my community that, you know, went to boarding schools and did all of this and went to all of that. At least she went to a black school. That I will give you that. Now, again, is she one of the best representation that we have for our community? Probably not. Does she do things that were flawed? Absolutely. But when you say certain things that are like dog whistles toward the white nationalist group and the rest of them that are out there, please understand that when November 14th comes and they switch and they tell you all this stuff that they're going to vote for who and then switch their minds, is because of what you're doing now. That will not work for this election. It didn't work the last time when you guys were doing this whole red wave rhetoric. It won't work now. And I'm saying this to implore everybody, try to shift away from the foolishness that we know of that you could go for the policies, go for the things that you think she didn't do well when she was with Biden. Do all of that, but don't go for the whole skin color and the whole of this and the whole black people thing. It's not going to work for you. It will not work. It never worked last time. It's not going to work now, because what you're going to do is alienate the people who are the independent voters like myself, who are then going to go, okay, but wait a minute. She's technically, you know, well, if they're going to go there, part black and part Asian, but I can relate because she had to work twice as hard. Now, you were going to say that she stepped away there to the top. Most of the political women, if not some of those people on the news, stepped their way to the top too. And there's so much things that we could say about them, but we digress. So if we're going to go there, we could go there for everybody. Lest we forget, Trump's wife stepped her way to the top, and there's so many things we know about her, including all those filthy pictures that we've seen from Haiti until now. So she ain't pristine. She's been very flawed. So we could go there. If we're gonna go there, we could go there toe and toe. But like Michelle Obama,
let's do it. I welcome it. I think we need to do it.
But that's the thing, and I hope and for my black community members, please don't be praying, because now is not the time to pray. I'm gonna need y'all to get out of that mode of we're gonna be forgiven and we're not gonna do that now. We're gonna go out on a limb and do things that and this is why I said this reminds me so much of Obama's running platform, because when he started out, I never liked Obama. For whatever the reason, I never connected with him until the very final leg of the push, where I was like, okay, now he's starting to make sense. That's what they're gonna do when it comes to Kamala. It's
look at the comment, Ricardo. Look at the comment. I think we need to sit here for a minute. We need to linger on this conversation, because this is where it's at right here.
So Mr. Straight Talk says,
no, I got you, Trev.
says, cut it, Ricardo. She's married to a white guy.
Yeah, but
her
Trev,
life can't be compared to a regular sister.
But she was with Montel before. She was with previous black guys before. For whatever the reason, we know they always shift. Because I've said this about Ebony, that one black, what you would call it, lady, that she always go on and on about brothers in the community and they don't do well, and they always shift to white men. As for why they do that, I will never understand. That's their prerogative. What she choose or who she chose as her life mate is up to her discretion. She can only go to the grave with that. But I will say this:
hold on. Let's sit on this for a minute, though, Ricardo. Mm-hmm. Trevor just said that, you know, based on her success and her doing that and choosing that, take away from her quote unquote blackness. I think we need to discuss that.
So Trev, when Tiger Woods married that what's her name, Ellen or whatever her name, from Norway, did that take away from his blackness? When Michael Jordan ended up with that white woman, did that take away from his blackness? When Eddie Murphy married that woman, did it take away from blackness? That's what I'm trying to get at. Do we then look at it different when it's a female compared to a male, or what?
Just hit the nail center on the head. I would say this: does success period take away her blackness? Because if we're gonna use logic, you know, I like to use logic. If we're gonna use logic, that would be the first place that I would go to. Now, Ricardo just pointed out that she went to an HBCU. Let me give everybody in the audience a backdrop.
How I know you're going to go.
Listen to me in the group chat. What was that? Yesterday, I believe it was yesterday. He asked me, directly, do I consider Kamala Harris black? I defiantly said no. But culturally, she's black. Why? Because she went through the processes of culturally binding herself to blackness.
Correct.
HBCU, just like Ricardo just said.
Correct.
Kicking it with Montel Williams, whatever. Like Ricardo just, I'm pretty sure she's slept with many a black man.
Absolutely. Does that take away from her?
I would say not. And hell, going back to the sleeping away to the top. If that was a thing that was just open to women, men would have been out of power generations ago, hundreds of years ago. Because especially with Negroes. So to use that argument, it don't hold any root in terms of how we view power in the United States. I mean, that's a fact. So and this is the thing. Yeah, we seen it on mainstream media because they talking. But here's the thing. The most vile things that I've heard in that regard to when it comes to Kamala has been from other black men.
Mm-hmm.
If we gonna keep it real, let's just keep it real. Like this show tonight.
I agree.
Gonna be honest. That's why I said this is this Armageddon. This is the final battle between black men and black women.
MD, you had to go there, didn't you, MD? You couldn't just leave it alone. You had to do the final battle.
Appeal to me. I'm the political prophet. It's my job to bring these messages out to y'all. It ain't me saying it. It's society in itself that's saying it. So I'm telling you this. You're about to see misogyny just from what we call, quote unquote, the gender war in the black community, the likes you have never seen before.
But I welcome it though.
So MD, Trevor has responded saying, I didn't say that. I said the plight aren't the same.
So plight is the identifier for blackness.
I didn't know that was the thing.
I didn't know either. Okay.
But wait. So Trev, let me delve into this a little bit deeper because MD wanted to be placeholder here. So when Serena married that guy, because she was with Common and all of them black dudes that didn't take her seriously, it became a problem because she married a rich white guy. When Eve, which is if we remember, or notoriously in that rap group she was in, Rough Riders and all that, she was like the front runner of the group as the only female. When she decided to marry a white guy, it was the same narrative, like, oh my God. So does it take away from their blackness? Not necessarily, because I don't look at it different. Now, would I agree that I would have wanted her to marry a white man? Probably not, because I would rather the black community be strong where a black woman and a black man, stay together. But that's not usually the case. I don't, there's certain things, again, I can't force someone to like who they like or go with who they want to go with. That's not the issue here. We're talking about their blackness. Does it take away from the fact that they're black? No, because they're always going to be black. If Whitney Houston had married a white man, would that have taken away the fact that she's black? Like one of the greatest black singers of all time? Probably not, because you're looking at it from an angle of she just integrated with another group. But this is the same, that again, I bring home the point that MD's been making. I've been hearing the same points from the black men mostly, and that's a little bit problematic for me, because if the tables were turned, and it's like we're talking about Michael Jordan, we're talking about Tiger Woods, most of the NFL players like Tyreek Hill from the Dolphins, mostly all the women that he's with are mostly white or swirly, which in the black community swirly means mixed with something, but they're probably more fairer or light skin or white, but that's what they go for. So does it take away from the fact that Tyreek is like a great black NFL player? No. It's kind of like, when do we get to this point where we're looking at who is more blacker than who? It still doesn't take away. It's still a problematic issue where we need to delve more deeper in this community. Now, again, do I prefer him, Tyreek, and everybody else, the Tiger Woods, the Eddie Murphys, the Michael Jordans, and all of them, to stick with their community members of black women, black men? Absolutely. But who they go for is who they go for. They can only answer for who they sleep with at nighttime, or who they choose to sleep with. We can't take away from that with
You
their
talk
black. It's
what
crazy.
mean when you say black community? What do you mean when you say that?
Meaning, like, in retrospect, how black people overall view themselves, in terms of, like, when they, if we're gonna go into like a more urban area, like like deep in the Griffiths of Baltimore, where it's strictly black. Now it's not really that black anymore, because you have the gentrification and all of that. But that's
All
what I.
people that you mentioned, though, Ricardo, they don't live in the black community. You're talking about rich.
But that's where it is. So it's a rich thing. It's not necessarily the black. It's more like they can't relate to you because they are more richer or whatnot. But that doesn't take away from them being black. They're black. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's
That don't take them helping their community either. What they got to do with who they married to? See, that's the issue that we see. This is why you must embrace individualism. You got to do it. If you don't do it, you're bound to the hells of social hierarchy. That's just what it is. This is the problem. This is why my avatar is say no to black. This is why. This thing that I just made. I was divinely sent here to this earth to portray this message. That's just what it is. And everything that's happening right now, reasons why.
So I didn't want to go there because I'm a heathen, so I will ask questions. So when I'm gonna put myself out there, whether or not my wife is gonna hear this or not. So when y'all have been in your filth mode, did y'all not, slept with white women? Did that make you less black at any point, or that's
of course?
That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, is that a problem? Because you still have interracial narrative that's being pushed in this country. Like, every commercial you see now you're not going to see a black person in a commercial, like a black man and black woman. You're going to see interracial mix. It's either a black man with a white woman and a mixed kid. Like, that's the narrative that they're pushing. So does that take away from the fact that that person is more black, or is Whoopi less black because she was involved with that white guy from Cheers? Like, I don't understand if it's just the dynamic rich, or it's that they can't relate to you.
Part of it. Part of it. Class is part of it. The other thing is, regular black folks, they mad at a lot of these mixed race people because and regular black folks can't.
MD, I missed that point. Say it again. They're mad at the mixed race people because of what? Because you broke up a little.
They're mad. A lot of these black folks are mad at mixed race people because they don't have the ability to jump in and out of blackness. That lets you know the whole thing is a farce.
So MD, let me ask you: does that take away from Clarence Thomas being with that white woman that he's with? Does that, like, being from Buckhead and all of that? How did you feel compared to him being more towards the shift of what she? Do you feel like she's changed him being black, or do you see him more black? How?
That has nothing to do with her. That was that's just it. Like I said, you can't use that against black people. You can use them against them children that they had with that white person. That's just a fact, because those white people, it's the best of both worlds mentality. Black people in America, especially black Americans from the soil, they loathe other mixed race people, especially if they got other ethnicity, for the fact that they're not only are they able to warp from blackness to whiteness, they're able to warp from nationality to nationality. That's an issue that a lot of black Americans got. Trust me, I know. I'm seeing it right now with this whole situation. They feel as though that there's a sentiment of special approval when it comes to not only mixed race people, but immigrants, black immigrants. That's just a fact. I'm telling y'all because this is the issue that we face right now. With Kamala Harris, it's a double whammy.
Mm-hmm. It is. It's a problematic double whammy.
It's really a trip. Hell, might be a quadruple.
Yep.
Not only her Jamaican ethnicity, her Indian ethnicity, her fact being a woman, and the fact that she claimed black. That's an issue for a lot of these nativist black Americans. And trust me, I'm rooted in what reparations is. This situation ain't got nothing to do with reparations. But on Chan, what I call it, the new 4chan X, that's what people are making it.
Maria G brought up a good point that not like us with Drake thing is also it's like one of them things that comes up too. Like,
I'm sorry, Ricardo.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying. So you guys are bringing up great points here, and it's like Kamala Harris can be viewed in a negative way from the black community because of what you guys are saying here.
Mm-hmm.
But then we also have the obvious negative view from the white community because it's just straight racism. And after Trump has been in office from 2016, I mean, we had all the stupid comments about, racism doesn't exist in this country anymore because we had a black president, which is the most ignorant comment ever made on the planet. Because clearly after Trump, we saw that was not the case. So those people are still here. A lot of them died during COVID, but those people and their offspring are still here. So that's the thing. So you have this ticket with Kamala Harris at the top of that ticket, and we've seen this white woman fail in 2016, and now we're coming right back again with another one. But this time, it would be a great story if she wins. But knowing the history of this country and what we've been seeing, it may be a liability. Are we going to get enough votes and voters to prop this up? Or, like, I was saying, the strongest ticket is a Bernie Sanders, but they're not going to do it because his age. I get that.
He's not going to
his policies, he'll smoke Trump. And then the other one would be Gavin Newsom. He's the only Democrat with name recognition, but then most importantly, the ability to stave off those silly Trump attacks, verbal attacks. And he can break you down with policy and smooth talk, slick talk. He's the most presidential, ready-to-go Democrat right now in this moment. This moment that Joe Biden put us in, when he should have just stepped down and had the Democrats do their primary, and we would have organically got a candidate. So in this particular environment with all this hyperactivity and focus on everything, and a lot of the Democrats won't make it. Only Gavin Newsom is one of few, if only one, that could make it in this environment. He won't be like Bush and them others that cowered to the verbal attacks of Trump. Go ahead, MD.
I was just gonna say, and then we can move on. So in other words, you're saying Gavin Newsom would be the ideal fit because he's the prototypical white man.
Not the prototypical white man, but mostly how he handles himself. There's a bunch of prototypical white men all over the Democratic Party, so you got to pick any one of them in better states to have. California, we don't need a California representative, even though Kamala Harris is one, but we don't need that because that's Democratic. It would be good to have like a swing stater come in, but I'm just talking about the strength of Gavin Newsom. He has his baggage too, as all these politicians do, but he has more upside, especially against Trump, because a lot of people are gravitated to Trump because they love that fake bravado that he has, the illusion that he's some tough guy and slick talker, which he's not. It's just that a lot of these politicians were exposed to being corny, and they've always been that way. So they're making Trump look better than what he is. Gavin Newsom is ready to go out the box, batteries included, to be able to handle Donald Trump right now in this moment. And if you put Gavin Newsom with Whitmer in Detroit and California, I'm sorry, in Michigan, that is a ticket that will with instant win. You don't even have to have the election.
I agree with that, but the only thing is this: what happens to the war chest that's already been mounted in this campaign?
Okay, that's a good question you saying that, MD. Now, I know you don't like Cenk lately or at all, but he did make a good comeback on that. That you could take that money and put it in a PAC, and then the PAC gives it to the Democratic candidate. So there's a way around it.
Cenk don't know what he's talking about.
I'm just saying, it makes sense. You can't put the money in a PAC. And the PAC could spend it however they want to.
Would have to look at how the FEC does that, but I don't believe Cenk. I'm gonna just be honest.
In this day and age with the Supreme Court and the bullcrap they've been giving us, I don't think that's like the least shady thing that you could do. I mean, according to the Supreme Court, you could do that. You can have your PAC and they can do what they want to do with the money.
So
another thing happens. What happens with the judges?
Say that again. Say that again, MD. You broke up.
Yeah,
I'm saying Newsom happens to the there will have to be challenged for the delegates. You didn't have that issue with Kamala. Why? Because the delegates simply transferred over with Dorothy. You would have had if I'm telling you right now, Van Cat, if we would have had an open primary, not an open primary, an open convention,
right?
Democrats would surely lose the election. I'm just gonna be honest with you.
Yeah.
You think Kamala would have lost, right?
Well, no, I mean Democrats would have lost. Period.
I get what MD is saying. Yeah, I get what he's saying. Based on how they played out, yeah, they would have lost. Hands down, they would have. There's no way they would have.
How? Enlighten me. How are they going to lose if the Democrats had a primary? Joe Biden would have stuck to what he said originally and said, "Hey, I'm only doing the one term, stepping down." This was known for years, and then the last 2 years going into it, we would have had a primary.
That's a scenario.
Huh?
That's a different scenario. What you just said.
Okay, so you're saying about having a primary right now, 3 months to go before the election. That's what you said.
It was an open convention. Let's say Kamala would have never got nominated.
Yeah. Right.
We would have went into the convention in August with the voting on who to vote for. That shows more disarray, more rupture within the Democratic Party. They would be bound to lose. This was the only viable option. A smooth transfer with funds, delegates, et cetera, et cetera. We just saw what happened yesterday.
But what about?
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but what about the people that feel like they're getting something shoved down their throat again?
Well, they should have thought about that before they said Biden was too old.
Okay, so this is the thing with Kamala right here. She hasn't won anything. Kamala Harris was in the primary of 2020. She was one of the first people eliminated, practically. She didn't go late in the game. She was in the top 3. She got eliminated, right? So she never won. All she was done was she gave Joe Biden a run on the stage. He remembered that, just like Obama remembered how Joe Biden was tough on him during the debates of 2008. So, like, hey, I need that person on my team. They're good fight for me. So the same thing. Joe Biden picked her. Joe Biden could have picked anybody.
Yeah,
Kamala Harris would not be the conversation right now. So she hasn't done anything to be here, and that's not a good look.
Wait, but she has no reason. Lest we forget why she was picked, though. She was picked before what's his name died, and he made it clear that in order for you to have won, you would need to pick a black woman, because the black voters were not going to vote for Joe on account of all the historic things that he's done with all the bills that he has passed. And then lest we forget that when they were having the debates, when Kamala brought up the whole point of the whole busing situation, it hit him hard because he was the one that signed the bill, and she was like, "Hey, I want those people on the bus. You didn't know.
I'm up here on the stage. And it was like, you remember he fumbled? He was like, it's like he didn't even know how to answer the question. So he was like, all right, in order to fix and rectify that issue, I'm going to pick her. He could have picked anybody else, but he picked her. For whatever the reason, we don't know why, but there must have been some collusion behind the scenes, and he picked her. So then we can't now look back and say, oh, well, she's not fit to do the job, and blah, blah. He picked her on the reason why, on the basis of she would be the VP. Now she's here. What would have happened if he continued the race, ran for president the second term, and then they found out he had an illness and whatnot, and he had to be out of service for 6 months? She would have still been that because they would have to pick the VP to continue the job. So
wait a minute, Ricardo. Who's this buff ass nigga on the panel right now? This guy look like he don't won championships all over the world. Like, what's going on, Trevor?
What's up? What's up? Maria G is 5 of them. There's the other one right there. You just can't see it. So I'm just, because I don't want to prolong the show, but I do want to clarify some things. The reason for my first statement was because Ricardo was somehow doing a woe is me, Kamala Harris life has been so hard as a black woman type thing, which is why I made the statement that her life, cut the shit. Her life hasn't been that hard because she's married to a white guy. That's what that was my initial saying for that. Now, MD is going to have to stop flim-flam in the audience, and he's just going to have to just say what he says. First of all, so I'm going to ask you, MD, is Kamala Harris black?
No.
Okay. So now we have that on the record.
She's not black.
Okay, and here's the thing, because I don't. That's why I like to be able to say this type of stuff. I don't ever want anybody to think I'm making this a whole big race thing, because I agree with you. What's about to happen? The divide that is going to cause. You talk about a divide in the black community. This is about to cause a divide. Because it's funny. I told my wife. I think Venkat put it in the group. Yeah, Venkat was the first person I heard say Joe Biden stepped down. So, Mike, if you said it, I heard it from Venkat first. So Venkat was first. So Venkat was the first person that I saw put it down. And I looked at my wife and I'm like, Joe Biden just stepped down. Kamala is most likely going to, be the new babyface, because I'm hooked up on this whole who's the new babyface that we're going to build up for Trump type thing. So it's going to be Kamala Harris. And she looked at me. Now, my wife ain't talked about politics since the last election. Mm-hmm. She looked at me and she said, watch how many black men don't want to vote for Kamala just because she's a woman. And I looked at her and I said, you're absolutely right. That's where I could agree with MD that there's going to be a divide, because unfortunately in our community, and y'all hear me say it, I've always said this, that some men, their egos are just so fragile that they can't have a woman lead. Now, I don't think a woman as a president is a great idea, but I think a woman.
What?
I think Venkat, act like you know your friend. Act like you know your friend, Venkat. I don't believe women could lead in this type of capacity. But Kamala has my vote because of who she's going against. So I could, for the good of the republic, I could be like, you know what? I don't stand by this. I don't believe in this. But just for the good of what it stands for, to the republic in which it stands, one nation under God, I gotta put my eggs in the Kamala basket. But I totally agree with MD that the divide that this is going to cause, because unfortunately in our community, and I'm saying our community because regardless of what MD says, I am black, and it's so funny, and that's why I call bullshit. That's why I call bullshit on MD all the time. Because MD in the same vein will say, oh no, Kamala's not black, but then in the same sentence he says, oh, but she went to a HBCU. She shares the culture, so she's tied to black culture. But then he'll look at me and tell me that me and him not the same because we don't share the same plight. That's why I asked the question about plight. Y'all have to know the questions to ask MD. Because hold one second, MD. I've been dealing with MD for a long time. This is how me and MD got into. This is how I knew MD, because of the same talking points. That's why I say MD to me is one of the most brilliant guys on YouTube. But he has a certain way of thinking, and he is, and if you listen to him long enough, he's gonna leave all openings. They just it's like, oh, she's not black, but this and that. And to the point of the whole interracial dating, again, you guys act like you know me. I'm not against interracial dating. I'm against interracial marriage.
There we go.
Big difference. I'm not against interracial dating. You date whoever you want, you bang whoever you want, just don't procreate with them. That's my thoughts.
Oh my God, you got Ice Cube's mentality.
But that's how it is. But like I said, I'm gonna let you, because I know MD. I mean, I know Venkat got a bunch to go over, but
no, this is gold right here. Keep going. Keep going, baby.
Ask me what you was going, because now MD gonna come throw some clauses out at me and shit that he know I don't know. So he gonna try to get me like that. But MD, we talking about grassroots here. You said that she wasn't black, but she's black because she went to a HBCU and she could identify with the culture. So what the hell does that make her, MD? Come on, man.
It makes her culturally black. I said that. I could have.
So what are we talking about then? Stop playing with me, man. What's wrong with you?
MD, so how is she different from that white woman that claimed that she was black, but then her skin tone, then she made her skin tone look like black, but then she was like, she looked swirly. I can't remember her damn name. And then they called her out for it, and she was like white as pale white, like white. And we were like, oh, but she said she went to such and such school and blah, blah, blah. And I guess her rationale was, but I slept with like multiple black men, so that made me like black part ways. How is that different from Kamala in this particular case? Because again, never brought up the point, black men are gonna have an issue, and we all knew this going into this, that it was gonna be a problem. It's a defining issue within our community. And again, I bring up the point: who you sleep with, does that make you less black? Because I've slept with my wife is downstairs, so she can hear me. Slept with a whole barrage of white women, but that doesn't make me less black than you are. Come on. Does with Clarence being involved with the white woman that he's with, does it make him any less black than the person that he left Buckhead as? That's what I'm trying to understand.
No, and no, that's not an identifier. Going back to Trevor.
You see, you pivoted. I can't stand it, MD.
I said cultural blackness and ethnic blackness are two different things. We take the caveat for cultural blackness. That's just the environment around us. That's why I said it's pertinent to drop black altogether, because people can't understand that blackness in and of itself is an American identifier, not given to us, by the way. It just wasn't, through the plight of being African American, pre and post Reconstruction. That's why I say no to black. When you try to tie me into what black is, I'm gonna say it the same every time. There's cultural blackness, which she is, through her Jamaican father and through her experiences of being black through HBCU and all the other stuff she did. I can't take that away from her, but I can say distinctively that being black is strictly an American thing. We can fight about it all day long. I'm gonna keep saying the thing that I say. So just get rid of the word altogether. Get rid of confusion.
So because we've been doing this forever, and it's recorded. When we were over on the other channel, we had a conversation about this. So would a white person that went to a HBCU and identify everything black culturally, would they be considered culturally black?
Do they have a quote unquote black parent? No, they don't. Kamala Harris.
Well, what if you could find some black in them though?
Oh no, Trevor,
I'm just asking a question. Hey, Just asking the question. Shout out to Nyame in the building. Nyame, because Nyame, me and Nyame, and look, God, I'm losing my mind here. Me and Nyame were supposed to have a debate about the use of the N-word, and it's having its power. You know, so it all this shit ties into this. Like, what's black? What are we allowed as black people to say? What do we own as black people? And I keep saying we because I am black. I mean, because if you're going to tie black to American, I've been here since I was 6 months old. I was born in Jamaica, but I was here since I was 6 months old. So for 43 and a half years, I've been here. So would I be black? Just damn near just, I mean, it's not birthright, but I mean, I don't know any other way.
I can't take that away from you, Trevor. I can't do it. I just simply can't do it. I'm saying it's founded in obscurity. Just get rid of it. You are Jamaican. I am American. Now with the example that you just said about the finding the black, that's just like me saying, with me being descendants of slavery in this country, somewhere in my lineage I got white folks. So am I white?
You have some European in you probably, but no, I wouldn't consider you white.
Okay.
Hey, MD, you know you like to praise young Master Kev. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but he has a notion, and I'm gonna end with this. But I want to ask Venkat one thing before I end. But Kev has a notion, and I don't want to misquote him. So Kev, if you in there, tell me if I'm wrong.
I was posing if I can.
Kev doesn't believe that we were brought here. God, what the hell's going on with me? That we were brought here during the transatlantic slave trade. He believes that the slaves were already here, so they weren't brought over from Africa. So you keep talking about young Master Kev, this and that. You need to get him under your learning tree.
Well, you know that's a problem for me. So in another request for a suspension for the back, because that's abominable.
Yeah, it is. Because me and Mike, you know, and I try my hardest to disagree with Mike. Me and Mike don't agree on a lot of stuff. But we're sitting there trying to school the man, talking about, you know, because he doesn't believe, the ship took too long. How could the ship sail in like 12 miles an hour to get you here? And, you know, the people didn't have food and this. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, he's being the ultimate troll. But yeah, that's what Kev believes. Like he really, really believes that. It's crazy. I don't understand it. But Venkat, when I said that about a woman being a leader, when I said that something about a woman being a leader, I didn't see your face, but I felt the cringe. Because I love to make you uncomfortable. I felt the cringe when I said it. Do you think? Okay, yeah, Kev. I thought that was something from Kev, but do you? Okay, let me ask this question this way. Just give me an example of a woman not named the Queen of England, and because she's not really the leader when you look at it that way. That's a great modern day. I'm not talking about what we heard about in the history books. Modern day leader that led great countries like America is.
Yeah, but that's kind of crazy to ask that question, knowing full well that women worldwide were kept behind and not having opportunities.
I have one.
If we had a moment where people were on the same wavelength and were given the opportunity to just freely just do whatever they do, yeah, a woman would be there. But you can't say that. Well, I'm sure there's something that I'm not aware of that's in some other country somewhere.
Patrick T says Margaret Thatcher.
No. Margaret Thatcher. We had Jacinda Ardern, who was still Prime Minister of during the COVID. I think that's her name. Jacinda Ardern, I think, but she was Prime Minister of New Zealand, and she was the one that helped the country during COVID. So she was probably one of the only people I know of in modern day that took a handle and helped her country out the most. But that's the only one I could think of other than. But Margaret Thatcher was 1980s though. She wouldn't be modern. Well, yeah, she would be modern day. Technically, she would be, but she's the one.
I'm sorry. The thing with that premise is that it has nothing to do with a person's ability. It all has to do with people's perception. I don't like when people thoughts prohibit me from doing what I can do. I see you smiling, looking all crazy in the face, but it's true. You can't subvert the whole situation by cutting off people's legs before they even have a chance to even walk or run. So if a woman was able to be placed in a situation and have the opportunity legitimately, like men have had, you would see those great moments. But we haven't seen it because we've killed those opportunities from ever happening.
And again, I'm Team Kamala. Because I'm thinking more so for the Republic now, regardless of my personal feelings. But Kamala versus Mitt Romney, who would have been the better choice?
Kamala.
Kamala versus what's the guy that just died? McCain. Who would have been the better choice?
Kamala, because McCain would probably put us in war again.
Okay, so make Kamala a Republican because I'm asking the wrong person here because I know you
No, but why didn't you pair up against like other notable figures? And it doesn't
I was just going backwards. I'm just going to run backwards.
Yeah.
I was just going to go run backwards. Okay, both Bushes.
But I would have said McCain.
Yeah, I would have said McCain.
I'm not going with no damn McCain. McCain. Okay, I like McCain for certain things he did, but McCain is also the guy that said, "Why are we doing Martin Luther King Day? We can't afford to have Martin Luther King be celebrated across the country. Who's paying for this?" McCain is also the guy in 2007 that stood on the TV with George Bush talking about we need to link Social Security to the stock market. And what happened in the next year in 2008? Financial collapse. So now you can hold it with McCain. He did a lot. He said a lot of good things. He did some good things, but he doesn't need to be in that arena. He could be a senator, and that's good for him.
Hey, I'll leave with this. I'm not leaving. I'm just gonna mute out. But I love women. Women are one of the greatest things in the world that God ever made. Without them, there would not be us. But I do believe in roles. I wish Jeremy was on here because man, Jeremy will tell you about the roles. But I do believe in roles. I just think that see, my problem is this. So you see the video that I sent you guys last night that everybody's making this. Okay, the minute you get Kamala, instead of everybody being serious, they do the video that I sent you. Have her twerking and dancing. And like they can't take anything serious.
There's one. I'm gonna post one where it's really explicitly like whatchamacallit, and I'm like, wow, we're already at that stage already where she's like they're saying that she's bending over backwards on account of what's coming. It's baffling, but yeah, I've seen some things that are really like really.
I gotta that though. What part of has been not think of,
and I don't know if he breaking up a lot.
Yeah.
It's storming where I'm at, man.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
I mean, I can make you out though.
Okay, I was saying, what leadership role do you think a woman?
And I knew it was going to be a good question too. I knew it was going to be a good one.
Well, MD's gone?
Nah,
he's there.
I'm gonna drop up.
Okay.
So again, man, like when you talk about world, it's the reason I made such a big deal about the woman king. Because when you give a woman that name, woman king,
yeah, that didn't sit right.
Like you completely, you might as well hold my man's balls in his hand and just cut it off right then and there. Like,
why do you feel that another person's come up is your demise? if a woman is a prominent person that is capable of doing, because we done went through a lot of lackluster males, a lot of pieces of trash. Just look at the presidents, all those goofy ass crackers that just freaked up the country over these decades and centuries. We've had a lot of mediocrity for a long time without question, and nobody bats an eye. When a woman is in that position, it's hyper focused on, oh my God, if the P's and Q's and the I's are not dotted correctly, then we're gonna have a problem. That's some bull crap right there. The ultimate goal where we need to be is I should be able to fail as miserably as those white people that are failing upwards and still have a fair shot, just like they do. You know, it's just ridiculous how it could be one way for one type and another way for another. It needs to be open, the same level, and the best needs to come out of that. But we have a society that's set up where, you know, if you have bad credit, you're going to continually have a lot of bad options for you to try to get out of that situation. They make it heavier and harder. If you are rich, you have all kinds of money coming your way instantaneously, automatically. And it just perpetuates a certain state. And what I'm saying is it shouldn't be that way. It should be all neutral, and then the best rise from within without any hindrance. If I fail, it's my failure. I shouldn't have to fail because of your perception.
One word, Van
Do I
Cat.
sound better?
Yeah, one word, Van Cat.
Yeah.
Emotion.
What emotion?
Emotion. Women historically lead. Oh shit, you fell out, Van Cat? Oh,
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Women. God, I'm coming off like I don't like.
No, go ahead. Keep
Y'all
going.
have
I
to
hear you.
understand where I'm coming from here. We're talking about being the leader of the free world. I mean, like women.
So okay. So you just said
Women lead
leader of
with
the free
emotion.
world, and you said emotions. You trying to say that Donald Trump bitch ass hasn't been an emotional wreck?
Very emotional. Very emotional.
Like,
that's what I'm saying.
but
That's why.
because he's a guy, he got supporters crying and waiting at his own whim. I mean, that's ridiculous. Like when a guy half-ass, it's okay. When a woman is found in not so great a situation, we're just heavy-handed on that. And I think that's some bullcrap.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Trey. Let me ask you a question.
Hey, real quick, MD, though, because I don't want to lose his thought. But Venkat, I agree 100% with you. He's very emotional. I think he's more emotional than she'll be. That's why I'm saying I'm Team Kamala. I'm putting him out of the way. And I'm just saying, like, if this was anybody else, it wouldn't be this great big surge. It wouldn't be this great big surge behind her. But y'all always hear me, Venkat, we've always had this conversation. MD has even said it. 2020. That's the most money I ever made in my life was 2020 until last year. So you know, I gave Trump's economy a lot of credit for that. And Venkat was like, oh no.
That's Obama.
That's Obama's. So now here we are in 2024. I'm really making the most money that I ever made in my life. So could we credit that to Biden getting the residuals of Trump? Or are you going to say that's all Biden?
You can't say that because when Trump left, you had COVID and the mess that was. So Biden had to restructure the economy and fight COVID at the same time. When Trump came in, the unemployment rate was under 6%. Remember, Mitt Romney in the debates, he said, because at the time, the economy, the unemployment rate was at 10%. And Mitt Romney says, you know, vote me in, and by my first year, I can get it down to 8. That was the goal. Right now, unemployment was around 3-4%. So, yeah, you can't give people the palace and then be like, yeah, I made this happen. No, you got a great situation. Now,
I think you both
Biden
wrong,
didn't get that, huh?
I think both of y'all wrong because, again, I credit 2020 for being the most impactful economically for me because of COVID. Because nobody was working and the production in my industry was 200-300% more.
Yeah, but that's an isolated incident, though. That's your industry.
And also,
when I'm talking about it overall. A lot of people are sitting home unemployed during that time.
We can only bank on what we make. Also, this year, going to Trevor's point, and I think he'll attest to it. This year, the reason why a lot of people, including myself and people like Trevor, are making so much money is because companies are boosting productivity because they're getting the maximum amount of corporate greed. So, you know, it's potato at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? I don't contribute none of it to either president. But I'm gonna let y'all finish because I really want to ask Trev a question.
Hey,
go ahead,
Venkat,
go ahead.
Venkat, there's a question from Patrick T. I want MD to answer. He says, ask. Oh, not that one, Venkat. Ask the Stacey Abrams one. Ask Stacey Abrams if she won her election, and asked. Wait a minute. Ask Stacey Abrams if she won her election, and ask her which demographic let her down. Stacey Abrams is three times better candidate than Kamala.
I agree with
That's a great point. That's a great point.
I mean, I would say this. I would say if it were me, I would say it would be the black community because she fought tooth and nail to get the black community to vote on a federal level, and then they turned around and half-assed it in her election. So I would say it was black folk.
When you half-ass, you make a full ass out of yourself.
What question you want to ask me, MT?
Just real quick, give me an example of what decision a president has to make, and antiquate that with a woman, and I'll counter it.
War?
Just name anything out the wind.
War is the biggest one.
I stop right there. Presidents declare war on behalf of the Secretary of State. Secretary of State actually the one that made the decision. Next one. Give me another example.
See, he gonna bust my ass every
time. I'm just trying to, you know.
I'm not gonna mess with him. Now, if you gave me
actually, who got a vote for a declaration of war? Do anybody know that? Venkat, you should know.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Who has to vote to declare war officially? Who does that?
Oh, Congress.
Okay. Next question. Next one. Give me another one, Trev.
You know what I'm gonna do. You know I'm gonna go write this down now. You know that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay, we'll stop right there. All I'm saying is the president of the United States is not what you think it is. It's all it is.
It's a figurehead.
So what decision can a woman not make as a figurehead? Hello?
So I'm just misogynistic.
Oh, the truth is being heard.
I'm not gonna do a Trevor like that. Don't do that.
Hey, I'm gonna.
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
See, I'm okay with somebody get me, but he ain't gonna get me long because now I'm gonna go look some stuff up.
I'll be right here waiting.
Hey, that's why I say, hey, on Tuesday nights, MD is what MD say. My defense is impenetrable.
Impregnable.
Impregnable. It is what it is. It is what it is.
The last thing my mother told me before she passed away, Oliver, never you pick up a ignorant woman, because those types always hold you back in life.
That's why I'm smart enough to have them over here.
Okay.
I guess we're ready to move on now, Venkat.
Okay. All right. So let's go into the hot topic that was in our group chat earlier. Let's go to that video, that horrible video of the lady, black lady, being killed by police. Once again, we got another one. So let's check this out, and we'll get the thoughts of the group, of the panel.
Shocking body camera video released today shows the deadly police shooting of Sonia Massey. The mother of two called 911 just before 1 a.m. because of a possible prowler, only to be shot by a deputy inside her own Illinois home. The now former deputy faces 3 counts of first-degree murder. CBS's Roxana Saberi has the video that shows the chaotic moments, and we do want to warn you that it is hard to watch.
The body camera video reveals the events leading up to the horrific scene.
What took you so long to answer the door?
Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry.
You doing all right mentally?
Yes.
Sure?
My medicine and stuff.
All right. Okay.
I love y'all. Thank y'all.
Inside the home, Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson can be heard asking Sonia Massey to check on the stove.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Within seconds, things become tense.
Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
Huh?
I rebuke you in the name of
God, I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Massey starts to set down the pot and apologizes. Grayson fires 3 times, striking her in the face.
Headshot woman to female, 1078.
Prosecutors say Grayson's partner tried to give the 36-year-old first aid, even though Grayson discouraged him.
I'm gonna go get my kit. No, you're done. You can go get it, but that's a headshot.
Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump is representing Massey's family.
Sonia needed a helping hand, but she got a shot to the face by the police.
James Wilburn is Massey's father.
I'm heartbroken. I just don't know what to say.
What's the hardest part about this for you?
I think the last words that my daughter said to me was, "Daddy, I love you." And to know and realize that I won't see her again. I can't talk to her again. I can't touch her again.
Grayson has pleaded not guilty. When reached by CBS News today, his attorney declined to comment. Last week, Grayson was fired from the sheriff's department. Documents obtained by CBS News show he has worked for 6 different law enforcement agencies since 2020.
Okay, there it is. So I'll go on the panel. I'm going to go to Mr. Straight Talk. Your thoughts on that video there?
Hey, real quick, MD, I want to just backtrack to this real quick. I think Kev, this is the story Kev hit me up about. He wanted to talk about this one. So, and I know the abortion thing is on a state by state basis, but in the event that it was federal, just let's say it was a federal decision, and Congress say, hey, this is what, we voted on this and blah blah blah. We bring it before the office of the president to get the signature on it. Do you think a rational decision is going to be made?
What would you consider rational about abortion?
Hold on, let me make sure she left. Well, I'm anti-abortion with the exception of like grape and stuff like that, but just to outright ban it and things like that with exceptions, or there has to be some type of exceptions. If that bill came across the desk of a man president, if it was a federal thing, versus a woman's president, do you think she'd be able to handle that? And I'm just using this as an example. Do you think because again, when we talk about the emotional thing, do you think that she'd be able to handle that rationally and put her feelings aside and not be like, oh, I carry life and I would never get rid of my child and this and that? You can't separate what's going on versus the emotional side, the legalities of things. You think she'd be able to do that?
Well, she's already said in her campaign speeches that she will bring back women's rights for abortion. Now, me personally, I don't think the government should have anything to do with abortion because that's not a civil right, at least not to me. If you want to have abortion, you have an abortion.
You're gonna have an abortion in the alley.
I don't think.
You gotta have an abortion in the alley with a hot rod.
I don't.
Let's go ahead.
Me personally, I don't feel as though abortion should be government sanctioned. If that's what you're asking, if you want to have abortion, you need to pay for it. But the Democratic platform, see, here's why I'm gonna get you again. It's not her thinking rational. It's what the Democratic platform is. The Democratic platform is everybody who wants to have abortion should have an abortion, and it should be sanctioned through the government. That's the platform. So she don't have to think rational. All she got to do is go back and read the Democratic handbook and sign the bill based off that.
All right, that is wrong no matter what, but whatever. I'll digress. Actually, Venkat, I want to hear what MD has to say before I respond, because MD's the one. I think Ricardo's the one put it in the group, but sure. MD said something that caught my ear, and I wanted to hear what he said first before I made a response to it.
Yes, sir. Right. Go ahead.
Okay. All right, I'll go. All right. So again, this is just another example of a sad situation that should not have happened. Looking at the full totality of the video, obviously there was something going on with her mentally. So you have no other choice but to hold the officers responsible for her death. That's just what it is. They didn't go by protocol as far as some type of mental episode. From a practical standpoint, especially black people, I'm talking to y'all. We have got to stop putting ourselves in a situation where we essentially doing suicide by cop. That's just a whole fact. She went over there and got the pot of water for what? Like I said, let's take the mental stuff out of it. I think she had a mental episode. For anybody that you know what I mean, so I can be clear. But let's take the mental stuff out of it. She went over there and grabbed the pot of water for what? For what?
But if she's mentally unstable, MD, whatever she does.
I just said that, Venkat. I just said that.
But MD, if you look back on the video, they were the ones that told her to turn off the pot off the stove. So why didn't they go over and turn it off themselves? Because from what we saw in the video, he said
the cop ain't no cop gonna do nothing in your house because they know they'll be liable for it.
Then leave it alone. Then they should have just was not issue. I don't want your house to burn down, so I need you to go ahead and turn off the stove. If it was such an issue, they wouldn't have bothered to tell her to turn off the pot. If it was that high or the temperature getting really hot, red like hard.
But she picked up the pot, Ricardo. So you just gonna ignore that she picked up the boiling hot water.
Hey, Venkat, play the video again. I want to say, I mean, they already going. We're going to get all type of hits on this, but go ahead and play the video again. I want to see it. Kev, I'm gonna put the link in the chat because I know you got something to say about this. I want to see it again.
All right, I'm gonna play it right now.
Shocking body camera video released today shows the deadly police shooting of Sonia Massey. The mother of two called 911 just before 1 a.m. because of a possible prowler, only to be shot by a deputy inside her own Illinois home. The now former deputy faces 3 counts of first-degree murder. CBS's Roxana Saberi has the video that shows the chaotic moments, and we do want to warn you that it is hard to watch.
The body camera video reveals the events leading up to the horrific scene.
What took you so long to answer the door?
Oh, I was trying to put on some clothes, sir. I'm sorry.
You doing all right mentally?
Yes.
Sure?
My medicine and stuff.
All right. Okay.
I love y'all. Thank y'all.
Inside the home, Sangamon County Sheriff's Deputy Sean Grayson can be heard asking Sonia Massey to check on the stove.
We don't need a fire while we're here.
Within seconds, things become tense.
Where you going?
Huh?
Where you going?
Away from your hot steaming water.
Away from my hot steaming water?
Yeah.
Oh, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
I
rebuke you in the name of
Jesus. No, I swear to God, I'll shoot you right in your face.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Massey starts to set down the pot and apologizes. Grayson fires 3 times, striking her in the face.
Headshot wounded female, 1078.
Prosecutors say Grayson's partner tried to give the 36-year-old first aid, even though Grayson discouraged him.
I'm gonna go get my kit. No, you done. You can go get it, but that's a headshot.
Civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump is representing Massey's family.
Sonya needed a helping hand, but she got a shot to the face by the police.
James Wilburn is Massey's father.
I'm heartbroken. I just don't know what to say.
What's the hardest part about this for you?
I think the last words that my daughter said to me was, "Daddy, I love you." And to know and realize that I won't see her again. I can't talk to her again. I can't touch her again.
Grayson has pleaded not guilty. When reached by CBS News today, his attorney declined to comment. Last week, Grayson was fired from the sheriff's department. Documents obtained by CBS News show he has worked for 6 different law enforcement agencies since 2020.
Okay, there we go.
Let's cook MD. Let's go. Ricardo, go ahead before you because me and MD gonna go to war. That's why sometimes you gotta
By the way, this comment by Kev, I ain't gonna get canceled for this.
Nah. Hey, listen, Kev, Man Talk Monday will be back in 2 weeks. That's probably how long they're gonna shut the channel down for after this show. But we got to talk about this though. Yeah. I mean, and not for nothing, YouTube. If you mess with the channel because of this, then you full of shit. I mean, it is what it is. This is ridiculous. This is a story
that might be what gets you canceled right there.
Yeah, but this is bull crap. I've been listening to people doxing people's information and doing all this craziness, and now you're talking about a real legit story that people need to be aware of, and you're gonna come over here and try to mess with my small channel for this? No, that's bull crap, man. That's where the whole freedom of speech thing. If I don't agree with Trump for anything, I agree with him about that. So, Venkat, Ricardo, because I want to have a conversation with MD because I needed to see it again because the first time I didn't catch it. I needed to see it again.
So I'll go with this, and there's a lot in the video that really disturbed me. One of them was she had on, because remember when she greeted them at the door, she said, all right, I had to put some clothes on because clearly she had on, a regular nightgown that, women will put on, a negligee or whatever you want to call it. And she said I had to cover up myself. So she led them inside. Now, one of the things that disturbed me was when he said, okay, well, I need you to turn off the stove because, for blah, 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 whatever it was that he said. She went over, she acquiesced, and she said, all right, I'm going to turn off the stove. So she was doing, the usual. And if most of y'all Caucasians out there don't know black banter, when, they said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, that's typically a joke. It's not like something where we'll go,
Ricardo.
Come on, MD. You've never heard somebody say I rebuke you in the name of Jesus like it.
I have, but that's not in this context. Go ahead, Ricardo. Go ahead.
MD, you've heard people. I've heard it multiple times. So it's not like, no, that's every black person say it. No, but, most people who grow up in Christian homes or typical, you know what I mean? They will know what that meant. I don't know how that turned into something because he remember his statement after that. It sounded very like, and that's how I know the devil was a liar that night, because for whatever the reason, he got turned up 100%. And then it took him not even a fraction of a second to then take out his firearm and shoot to kill. Are you kidding me right now? This is what we're doing. And again, we're doing the same rhetoric nonsense, or not even rhetoric nonsense. It's going to go into that direction because it's the same thing that happened with George Floyd in the pandemic. It's the same thing we're heading down again. When are these cops going to learn when it comes to mental health? You don't shoot to kill. This is now the 7th crime and I'm going to call it a crime, where I've seen law enforcement officers take out their firearms and shoot to kill. You didn't have to shoot. And then what killed me was in the end where he thought, for some reason, he was presuming that she had a weapon. His partner was like, hey, there is no weapon here. And he goes, what? No, there wasn't. Then you want to turn on the camera and act like he's brand new. Baby love, we were seeing the whole thing in real time the whole time that the whole thing was being recorded. And this is one of the reasons why Obama mentioned that body cameras needed to be on law enforcement to begin with, because they could come up with every lie that you could think of in the book and get away with murder. That should be the excuse going forward. Every law enforcement should have a body camera turned on when they're opening or they're being led into a domicile, or if there's any interaction, i.e. Castile's case where he was in the car and he was asked to pull out his ID to show that he had a weapon. These are the things that they're doing where they're like getting away with stuff. Had it not been for the body camera, and it took them weeks because the family had asked or requested to see the whole video, they would not have shown it until we now see it in clear cut. So now what he's going to say? Oh, he felt threatened by the fact that she said she was going to take the water and throw on him. Like, when did that? We never heard that in the video. There was nowhere in that conversation piece where she said, I'm going to take the water, and she threatened to throw the water. And all she said was, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. How did that become to a term where you're going to take up your firearm and shoot a person to kill her? When you know she, in some capacity, even though she told you she wasn't, she's mentally fine, you knew mentally she wasn't there. So what led to
She
that?
also apologized too, Ricardo. She apologized, and then she sat the pot down.
Put the pot down, and then she
And then they shot her in the face, because there ain't nothing more dangerous than a person apologizing and putting the pot down. That's the most deadliest scene of all. If
pot
you
of
see
water,
somebody
man,
apologize,
a pot of water.
Oh yeah.
And it's like how do we get? Like, if I could understand if she said if she took the pot and she was acquiescing to throw the water, but she put the pot down and then she said, "I rebuke you in the name of Jesus," which she said twice, and then he said something, and then all of a sudden I saw her duck, and then he shoot. That is not grounds for you to shoot, sir. Like, you need training, and then you did what, 6 turnarounds for a job as a police officer or a security guard 6 times in 1 year? Are you kidding me? Like, are we not vetting law enforcement now? Like, this is what we're doing? And so I'm assuming now that their union people or whatnot is gonna go in deep and bounds now to protect him on account of he was a law enforcement, so he's one of us. That's bullcrap. You need that. This is where we're talking about when we say that y'all, especially y'all law enforcement, need to go back in training and learn how to deal with situations where you're not shooting to kill people, especially ones that have mental illness, or you're self-aware that the fact that mentally they're not there. Now, I'm not saying that if she wasn't well, and again, if she was really not really well, she could have took the pot and threw it at him, but she didn't do that. She was literally in fear of her life.
She didn't get a chance.
Hold on, what? She was in fear of her life for what reason?
No.
To pick up the pot of water.
The police is in your house. That's why.
Who let her in the house? Let me ask a question, and I'm gonna let you continue, Ricardo. When did the cops break the law? Does anybody know when the cops broke the law?
When they shot her in the face? I mean,
it actually happened before that. A mentally disabled person cannot give consent to come into the house. They broke the law as soon as they went over the threshold.
Well, hold on. In the defense of the police, they didn't know.
You implying where you get the mental thing from?
They didn't know. They didn't know that.
They asked her
in the video, is something mental going on with you?
And she said, I'm fine. She said, I'm fine.
Every mentally challenged person is going to say they're fine.
See, y'all, if the cops,
I'm gonna let y'all finish because I need MD on. I need MD on this for myself.
If the cops have any type of circumstantial or whatever the reason may be, as this person is not fit to undergo investigation, whatever, that's when their investigation stopped. They got to bring somebody in to deal with her. That was illegal for them to go into that house if they had suspicion that something mental was going on with her. That's just a fact. They never should have went in the house. They should have been fired just off that alone. I'm not disagreeing with anything that y'all saying. If that's what y'all trying to make it, she shouldn't have been shot. She literally put the pot down, and then they shot her in the face. Well, he did. That's wrong. What I'm telling you is, from a practical standpoint, she picked up the pot. Ricardo, if your wife, Trevor Cousin, pick up a pot and rebuke you in the name of Jesus, what are you gonna do? I mean, let's just be honest here. Boiling hot water, and then she start rebuking you. You just go stand there like everything okay. You're not.
MD, I got it. See, and I've said this before again, and this is not just lip service. MD, when it comes to the politics, is one of the most brilliant guys I've heard on YouTube. Take Fist Politics is the best political show on YouTube. Nobody still can show me anything different. But when it comes to just being an outright human, MD lacking big time here because and we always get into these conversations. You always do this. Kev is saying that it was her fault. So from what I saw, they said, "Hey, are you okay? Everything okay mentally?" She said, "Yeah, I'm fine." And then she's like, I took my medicine or whatever. Again, you're implying that there was a mental issue there. The biggest, most egregious thing. He was a good 10 to 15 feet away. When I say 10 feet away from her, a good 10 feet away from her. And he told her to go turn the water off because I don't want to cause a fire. That's what he said to do. So she's complying with what he said to do. Now she's holding the water. Again, yeah, Ricardo reaching a little bit, but I get it. Black people, say she picked the pot up and it burned her hand or it was a little too hot. I live in the house with Christian women, and they say that all the time. They rebuke everything. If a mosquito bite them, they rebuking you in the name of Jesus. And that's just what Black women do. Black Christian women, they do that. Everything is, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. What in the hell? What in the hell when she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus, made him hit her with an F-bomb? Because I said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus? Look at everything that led up to that. Then she apologizes. She puts the pot down. He goes, his partner has his gun drawn. He comes over and let's just not forget this. So we've already come to the conclusion that she don't have a gun. They never thought that she was a threat, because if they would have thought she was a threat from the time they came into the house, they would have had her handcuffed and they would have had her just under control. Let's say that. They would have zip tied her or something. They were so comfortable with her that they let her go turn the damn stove off. He was a good 10 feet from her. What he thought? He was going to get Al Green. She was going to pour the hot grits on him. Like, at what point do we stop just being like, oh man, the police was in fear for his life or what? That's bullshit, MD. That's bullshit to anybody that thinks that. That's bullshit. Here you have again somebody who probably got his ass whooped in school, and all he wants to do now, I'm Hulk Hogan now. I got to show my dominance on everybody. And let's just look at it this way, simple, plain, and things. You shoot somebody 3 times in the face that has zero threat to you. When did police stop shooting people in the legs? Well, like, do you remember growing up in our time that a police would shoot you in the leg to put you down? Like, when all of a sudden did it become, oh, let me hit you 3 times in the face. Oh, yeah. Oh, let me go get my kit. Let me go get my kit so I can see if I can revive the person that I just off. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the movie Set It Off, when they accidentally shot my man, and then they're going to be like, oh, God, medic. Oh, now you're calling for a medic after you done the crime? Here we are again, you got an overzealous person, and I think Patrick said that he was on 6 different forces in a few years. Like, come on, man. That's the problem right there. Nobody is policing them. You always come in here. You come in a citizen's home. She let you in the house. Okay, legally, you're saying they shouldn't have came in. That's even more reason why they shouldn't have unloaded on her. That's even more reason. So you're not going to sit up here and defend them. I'm not saying you're defending them for offing her, but you're not going to say that they did things in confinement of the law, because they didn't. She didn't pose no threat to them. A boiling thing of water to 2 cops bigger than her with heaters ain't going to do much to them. I'm done.
Trevor said that perfectly. Can't say nothing else about that. Trevor said that perfectly. He hit that one. MD response.
I had none. I said I agree.
MD.
She shouldn't have been shot. That's just what it is. I'm not saying that I disagree with anything. What I'm telling you is the practicality of it is off based on the numerous examples that we done had. We just had one a few weeks ago with the guy opening the door up with the tool. You can't do stuff like that.
Yeah, the Army guy.
And especially when you know the mentality of a lot of these cops. You just can't do it.
Facts. I agree.
It was something wrong. It was something wrong with that girl, Trevor. Like, look at all the examples. She was rambling on about paperwork. They didn't know what the hell she was talking about. They're like, what? It was something wrong with her. They should have never been in that house.
I gotta call out MD. I got to.
Real quick, Patrick. Hey,
I gotta call out MD. MD, you don't know what the hell you talking about.
Hold on, Patrick. Again, like I said, Take This Politics is the best political show on YouTube by amateurs. Y'all join the channel membership because YouTube gonna unmonetize this channel, and I'm okay with it. Y'all go ahead and join the channel membership. Cop a hoodie or a t-shirt. Support this work because we're going to keep giving it to you. I told you I am coming back. Guns a-blazing now. Ain't going to be no more of this passive trying to be good guy, Trevor. I'm coming back the way that I was. So y'all go ahead and support the channel. Support this work if you like it. Venkat, hell, you need to start putting your Cash App up there because all the damn time that I know it takes to do these videos, man, y'all support the damn channel, man. Show us the love, man, because we putting in a lot of hours for these, man. When I come back in August, we going full speed. All right, go ahead, Patrick.
I'm gonna explain to MD what happened from a police point of view.
And no conspiracies, Patrick. No
conspiracies. No, I was saying it from a police point of view and standard practice, standard operating procedures. You cannot put yourself as a policeman in danger. They told her to go and turn off the pot of water.
Facts.
They said that it's gonna burn down the house. That's what she was rebuking in the name of Jesus, was the fact that the water burning down her house.
That's a great point.
That dude is what we call on the police department is a cop that's scared and need to buy a dog. He couldn't wait to draw his weapon on any sign of anything somebody said off. If he been in 6 law enforcement agencies in 4 years, and that's 2 a year. He's a hothead. It was only a matter of time before he shot somebody. He had no reason. If a cop said, hey, go pull that baseball bat from the door before somebody tripped, when you pick up the bat, they can't shoot you. They can't put themselves in danger. She did not pose a threat. She did not have a deadly weapon. Boiling water or hot water is not a deadly weapon. They had absolutely no reason to shoot her. And then after he shot her, he tried to stop aid. That shows a guilty mindset because he didn't want her to survive. He didn't want her to say her story. Is everything he did was wrong.
The other guy said she was still breathing. He said she was done for her. Ain't no point.
And see, the other cop.
I'm not disagreeing with nothing you're saying, by the way. But go ahead.
The other cop drew his weapon because just on that you back up your partner because you don't. Maybe your partner saw something you didn't. But when your partner shoot and you don't, he's already gone. He's already because. You should see the same threat that your partner saw, and the other cop didn't see that threat. It was no threat, and he just was a hothead. He wanted to shoot somebody, probably wanted to shoot somebody black, and he had no justification, no cause to use deadly force. To use deadly force, you have to be presented with a deadly force situation, and she offered the woman in her sleeping robe with a pot of water is not a deadly threat. And he has no cause to shoot her, but he's a nut. He's the one that's scary, and he's the one that needs a dog to do his work. And they want to fire. They know they're going to lose this case. Normally they'll keep them around until after the lawsuits and the thing, but they know they have no chance. That's why they let them go.
Hey, I agree with you 100%. The cops don't put themselves in danger. When did they do it? When they walked in the house. That's what I'm telling you. If they had
that's your job.
No,
that's your job to walk in the house.
Legally. I deal with law, Patrick. Legally.
I'm a cop.
Well, you know,
said it was a burglary.
You know, if somebody
Patrick, MD don't care. MD don't give a damn.
You're right. I don't give a damn. I'm
That's their
telling you
job.
this.
It's a
You,
burglar.
as a
They got to
cop,
go
you
check
should know.
that scene.
As a cop, you should know. You cannot get consent from anybody that you perceive, because at the end of the day, it's about what you perceive. Substantial evidence. If you perceive there's something wrong with that person, you cannot get consent to get in that house. You should know that as a cop.
MD, if a child called the cops to the house and says
those
my
cops will
mama
not go in
is
that house.
getting whooped,
that cop,
no, MD, you gonna tell me?
Go
my
ahead.
mama
Go
is
ahead.
getting whooped by a burglar. That's consent. And then when you get there, the kid opens the door. You have consent from the call. It's no the kid can't say go in the house.
You just gave a different
I'm
situation.
just giving an example. Even if someone that's mentally ill, we had a lady that called in 7 bomb threats a day. 7 bomb threats. She would say, "Oh, well, I can't say that. They'll definitely get you." She'll say, "The small hats are trying to bomb my house," and she'll call 7 times a day. And every time we had to go in there and make sure nobody's there and then leave. But she was in her 90s. There was nothing we can do. She can give consent for us to check the house. Anybody that opens the door can give consent to check the house. So no, she called for help. They were supposed to go there and help. Instead, they went up in there and out unalived her over a bucket of water that they told her to go get and turn off. It's a disaster. It's a travesty. And
hey, let me ask you a question, Patrick. What state you live in? Because now I got to go legal on you. I got to do this every week.
I'm in Arkansas.
What state you live in?
I'm in Arkansas.
There's MD,
Okay.
boy.
Say less.
He gonna look at he gonna go pull up penal codes. And
he can look it up. He can look up my name. He can look up my name. The only cop in the state to ever have 100% conviction rate and 100% all plea deal. Now look up that.
Well, MD don't care. Hey, the president could be on this panel telling him how presidential stuff work. MD will be like, nah, bro. That's not how it goes.
You can't put yourself in danger. You can't step in front of a car that's coming at you in order to shoot. You can't put yourself in danger and then justify deadly force. You can't do it. You can't tell somebody to pick up a bat and then shoot them because you say, hey, they had a bat. You can't tell somebody, hey, hand me that gun in your glove compartment and then shoot them and say, hey, he had a gun. You can't do it. You set that person up. And he told her to cut off the water. She was talking about the water, and he was looking for any threat to pull his pistol, and that's what happened. And
Hey, bro, come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Hey, Bencat, I got a sound, man, but it's not in this studio. It's in the Man Talk Monday one. I gotta get it over here, man. It's crazy.
Bencat, please put the while I got you on the line, please put the bells on the end of Down Goes Frazier.
I added that though, Patrick. I put that one on there.
Well, you ain't been back. You ain't get a chance to play it yet.
Yeah, it is on there because you
right.
have the bell constantly ringing, and it's like, down goes Frazier, down goes Frazier.
Oh, it's on.
MD, what you doing?
He looking up the law.
Hey, that's what I do, man. I had to go to the library. You back?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. I'm fresh from the library. Arkansas State Statute 2013 R-0041. Y'all ready?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
The law prohibits the involuntary commitment or consent of law enforcement, both state and local, in the state of Arkansas, to well, wait a minute. Well, man, hold on, damn, it went away.
Now, why y'all put Kev up there so big?
Hold on, damn, what the hell happened to my page? Okay, all right. It says the law prohibits and
it's my bad. Keep going.
Okay, this the 2013-R-0041 state of Arkansas. The law prohibits the involuntary removal of persons from home with mental disabilities or psychiatric inabilities. It says in law enforcement may begin the commitment process by filing with the probate court on site to establish a rapport with psychiatric individuals to commit with the gravely disabled when it comes to mental disability. I don't need to say nothing. You can't.
But you made her mental though, MD. That's what you did.
Again,
who diagnosed her as being mental?
If I smell weed in the car, what do I have as a police officer?
MD, that's bullshit, MD.
Yeah, MD.
You don't even have. You don't even.
I'm going off of what they said.
There's
I
new
didn't say
case law. There's new case law. You can't even. You don't have probable cause with smelling weed anymore. There's new case law.
Well, hey, without the proper code, like I just did in your state, I don't live in Arkansas.
What you're
if
talking
I ain't got the
about
proper
is
code, I don't know what you're talking about. That's just what it is.
What you just read, MD, is committing somebody that's already home. You can't take if I go to
you can't
take them. You can't take them out of their house if they're already home. That's what that statute is talking about.
Right.
It's talking about going to somebody's house, seeing that they're mentally ill, and taking them out their home. You can't do that. You have to file.
How does the cops evaluate if they're mentally ill or not? The statute just said it.
No. You have like my first call was a boy that tried to unalive himself with a rope, and then he went and got a chain, and his mom called and said, "Hey, come get him. He's gonna." And I said, "Hey, what are you trying to do, buddy?" He said, "Oh, I'm gonna use this chain to unalive myself." I was like, "Okay, well, put your hands behind your back, and we got somewhere to take you." That was someone that said they are trying to unalive themselves. Then you have cause. But if you went to a house and someone is just acting like they are having a mental episode, you can't take them from their home just for that if they're not trying to hurt anybody or they're not trying to hurt themselves. That's what that statute is talking about. It's not talking about letting somebody in the house like the lady did, letting the police in the house.
Patrick, do you want to debate on this particular statute, the code of your own state? I do a debate.
There's no way you can beat me on that, LD.
I think we need to stick to the facts.
I'm gonna be quiet.
I think he's gonna be another St. Louis time to debate Trevor.
Nah, ain't no St. Louis around here. If it ain't written in stone, I leave it alone. Again,
yeah, well, that statute is not talking about someone giving consent to enter the home. What it's talking about is taking someone out of the home that you believe to be mentally disabled or mental. The law gives us the ability to take someone out of the home or out of anywhere if they said they're going to try to unalive themselves or unalive somebody
that's
else.
A crime being committed. I never said anything about a crime. You conflating what I said. See, that's why you will be destroyed in the debate.
No. It's someone that have a mental illness and they say they're going to hurt everybody in the neighborhood. It's not a crime. Those people need help. And then just like you said, you don't walk into a situation and ask a person what's wrong with you. There's nothing wrong with the person. What you do is you go to the situation and you say, what happened to you? What happened? How can I help? A policeman is a servant.
They said that multiple times before they said, it's something mental. They asked several times, "Are you okay? Is this your car?" We walked around the premises. We walked behind the neighbors' yard. They said a lot of that. So what's your point? I'm trying to figure out.
She gave them consent.
So why didn't they leave after that? Why didn't they leave? Tell me why.
They're gonna check.
Mr.
You're gonna check the house. You're gonna check
John
the house.
Brown, tell me why they went into the house.
Because you're going to check the house to make sure she called and said it was a burglary or a prowler. You're going to make sure that he's not in the house. That's what you're going to do. You're going to check the house and make sure nobody's in there. And then you leave. You check outside. You make sure no windows are broken. You make sure there's no sign of forced entry. Then you check the house. And then you say, see you later. Bye-bye. I hope we were able to help you. And that's what you do. That's the call. You don't shoot people for pulling a bucket of water.
If that's your protocol, you should be brought up to. If that's your protocol, you should be brought up to internal investigation, because at no point in time did they have any right or any motive to go into that house. Just point blank, period.
She gave them consent to come in the house and she can
Again.
give them consent. She gave them the consent to come in the house. They were going. The only reason they're going in the house to check to make sure no burglar, no prowler, nobody was there. That's it. There's no scandal. The scandal is him pulling his gun after she picked up a pot of water when he told her to. That's the
I don't
scandal.
disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. But
MD,
I'm gonna let you rock out.
MD, when is a person normally deemed mental? Just after
an evaluation.
After an evaluation. So therefore, you can, and that's done by a professional, correct?
Correct.
Who the hell was the professional evaluator in the situation to deem her mental?
I never said that the police deemed her mental. I never said that.
But you keep saying that she wasn't like in the state of mind for consent and stuff like that. How do we know that? Where are you getting that from?
All I'm doing is look again. There's a case to be made with that as well. I'm not saying that. I'm saying based on what the video showed, the entirety of it. If you watch the entirety of the video, you could clearly see something was wrong with her. Where's the paperwork at, Trevor? What paperwork is she talking about? They asked for her ID. She's saying she gonna get the paperwork. She had the ID in her hand. And a myriad of other things. It was something wrong with the lady, Trev. Let's just keep it a buck.
Yeah, listen, I've had plenty of run-ins with the law, so I'm just saying, when you in contact with the police, you get flustered. That's all I'm saying. I done had 3 separate occasions, and when you get in trouble with the law, you get flustered, and that's all I'm saying. So we could misconstrue just being flustered for calling somebody mental. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. And the whole "I rebuke you" thing, like literally, that could be because the damn water probably flipped over on her foot or something. It could be a bunch of different things.
Is Nene, listen, Nene, go boil the pot right now. Go boil it.
Boil some grits.
So we got Kev. Kev is on the panel. Kev, what do you think about this situation?
Oh boy, here we go.
Talk your ish, Kev.
Well, go on, boys. How's my mic, by the way? Does it sound good?
Yeah, you good. Hey, YouTube, the owner of this channel does not share the views and opinions of panel guests, especially this one in the purple. Go ahead, Kev.
Well, I'm not going to be here long because I'm not trying to get canceled. But so, well, one, going off of what MD said. So, no, the police are not public servants. The police are there to enforce the law and enforce whatever rules and regulations in the United States government. So let's be honest, like we're not gonna see the police, put their way. How do I say this? Put the benefits of the people over the actual state because the government is their main priority. So there's that. They're there to enforce the law. Now, when it comes to the video, so I actually watched the full body cam video. So this is why I have a different perspective. And don't get me wrong, like I feel like that the situation should have been handled easier or better. But in general, from what I saw, is the police officers were there. They asked for her license, and then she was looking for some paperwork. I don't know what the paperwork was for, but she was looking for paperwork. And then they told her to go to the pot to turn off the stove. And then she picked up the pot. And then one of the police officers moved away. So the police officer that moved away, that was his body cam I was watching. So he moved out the way. And then as he was moving out the way, she was like, "Where are you going?" And then he was like, "Oh, I'm just moving away from the pot." And she's like, "You moving away from the pot?" He's like, "Yeah." And then she was like, "I rebuke in the name of Jesus." Okay. And then they're like, I forgot what they said, but she, from what I saw, she picked up the pot. And then he was like, "Don't you do that," or whatever he said. And, that's when guns were drawn. And then she's like, "I'm sorry." And then on the body cam, you see that she put down the pot and then she picked it up as soon as she said, "I'm sorry." And then when she went to the ground, she still had the pot in hand. And then as the police officers went closer, right when the shot was fired, you can see like water being like splashed onto them. So she still had the intentions of like actually like hitting them with the pot of water.
Kev, get out of here. Get out of here with that. So if when she got shot, you saw water splash up, boom, that reaction. Are you serious now?
I'm dead ass. Like I said, watch the actual body cam video and you see why I'm saying that. Yeah, so they told her to put the pot down. She did it, and then she apologized and picked the pot back up and then went down to the ground. And then as they shot, like you see the splash of water like splashing onto them. Except it wasn't like over the counter, it was like under the counter, if that makes sense. So that's why I'm like, okay.
One question, Kevin.
Like, go ahead.
One question, Kevin. If they haven't told her to pick up the pot of water, would she have been shot?
If they hadn't told her?
They didn't tell her to pick up the pot of water. They ain't tell her that.
Yeah, they didn't tell her to pick it up.
They told her to get the pot of water off the stove.
No, they didn't. They said turn the eye off.
Right.
What should she have?
Go
Should she ignored them, or should she just have said, "Listen,
why does she have the pot of water? Ain't nobody answered that yet. Why she got the pot of water in her hand?
Well, hey, and now don't go down this rabbit hole with them, Ricardo, because what they're trying to do. What they're trying to do is say all she had to do was turn it off and leave it alone. Why did she pick it up? That's what they're going to do to you now.
Answer it.
Let me ask y'all this. Did you actually watch?
They told her to stop it from starting a fire. That's what they told her. Tell her to stop it from starting a fire.
They wanted her to turn the eye off.
That's what you asked the police. How can water start the fire? That's what you asked the police.
Man. But the eye can start a fire, correct? Or am I tripping?
Say that again.
We don't know if she had a gas stove or not. Who knows? Nobody knows.
Yeah, it could have been an electric stove.
I'm a mute out. Continue on, young man.
Thank you, sir. Anyways, from what I saw in the video, they were getting ready to leave, and then they told her to turn off the pot because she was pretending to look for some papers or something like that. So all I'm saying is I saw the body cam video. I don't know if you guys are just looking at a news clip that would like cut the video in pieces to make it seem like, this was just a random act of violence. But yeah, she picked up the pot. She was talking about, I rebuke in the name of Jesus, right? Like a Medea movie. And then, and then he threatened to shoot her. So she put the pot down and apologized and picked it back up. And then as she went down, that's when the police officers got closer to her, and then they shot her. And then you saw a splash of water get close to the cops. So if y'all are just looking at the news clip, then yeah, you're gonna think I'm crazy. But if you watch the actual body cam video, you'd be like, okay, this is some race baiting, because usually around elections, there's either a mass shooting or there's some black people that get, messed up, whether they deserve it or not. And then, we kind of get distracted to vote for Democrats or vote for Republican or whatever. So
you think
that's my 2 cents.
So you think this is race baiting for the fact that it was a video that happens to be conveniently timed? Again, I bring up the word conveniently timed at a time when we're about to go into an election year. You think this is race baiting as opposed to numerous plethoras of stuff that we've seen where law enforcement has been called into question regarding mental health or anything that's regarding mental health afterwards? You think
Ricardo. I saw a report being Crump subpoenaed to have the footage released. That's how it got released.
Yeah, Maria G said, when did Kevin become wise? Hey, Maria, you won't think he wise here. Kev, tell MD, because I didn't want to misquote you. What is your thing on the transatlantic slave trade? Just real quick.
So I believe that it was a farce. So the black people, the indigenous black people here, or like the whatever you want to call foundational black people, whatever the term is, that are here, were actually Native Americans. It's just that the Native Americans that we're taught were people who were brought from other countries and then indoctrinated to believe that they were Native Americans, and the actual indigenous people are the black people who are actually slaves. So There's no transatlantic slave trade. There's no way you can fit hundreds of people on the boat and be able to feed them to bring as cargo, right? The only thing that makes sense is that they were already here. That's my 2 cents on that.
Okay.
He said okay.
Kev, you Haitian. Where did your people come from?
I was about to ask you when you asked that question for me.
That is a good question. I don't know. I gotta do my Googles because everything I learned about history has been wrong so far. So I wouldn't be surprised if Haitians came from space. I don't know.
So you just tying that story into quote unquote FBA people.
Foundational Black Americans, right?
So that's even worse, Trev. Not only is you not black, you from a whole different race of people.
Hey, he got me coming from outer space. He got me coming just dropping out of the sky.
Why not?
Man.
All right.
Kev, I'm finding sanctions on you. I'm so disappointed in you.
Yeah, we done ruined Van Cat's
No. It's all good. This is great stuff. It's all good. But since I have everybody here on the panel, I really want to get everyone's view on this next video here. It's a short video, but it's a part of As the MAGA Turns. So let's start turning to the MAGA and let me see what you guys think of this one.
I know this is awkward for you, Allie, but it doesn't change the way I feel. Please come back to the yacht with me.
As the turn.
Turns to shit, okay? It's true. It's true. Look at what's happening.
So a big Trump ally was just caught pretending to be a black Trump supporter on social media. This is Joey Manorino, and here is his now deleted post. He wrote, quote, "I'm a true black American woman and I've been black all my life. I was born black and I will die black. My mommy black, my daddy black. I will never cast a vote for that Kamela Harris woman as long as I live. Trump all the way, all day, every day." Oof, Joey. After he got caught, Joey tried to make excuses as to how this happened, saying his account was logged on someone else's device. Yeah, okay, Joey. This reminded me of another Trump supporter from a few years ago, a white politician from Pennsylvania named Dean Browning, who wrote, quote, "I'm a black gay guy and I could personally say that Obama did nothing for me. My life only changed a little bit and it was for the worse. Everything is so much better under Trump though. I feel respected, which I never do when Democrats are involved. These Trump influencers probably have thousands of fake accounts to try to scam voters. So just remember, don't believe."
All right, there we go. As the MAGA turns. So right off the bat, let me get Mr. Straight Talk's opinion on that.
That was funny. But you see what they do? Watch the play there. I'm a man pretending to be a woman.
Right.
And then I'm a black gay guy. They don't ever go for the straight up hardcore black guys or straight up hardcore black women. They gotta go pick
some random practice. Like, who says that? Like, are you?
They literally gotta go pick like the man that doesn't know if he's a woman or not. It's just ridiculous. But that's the world. That's the world. Why does this keep bigging up like this? That is the world that we live in right now. That's the world that we live in right now. That's what they're doing. But that video was really funny though. But you're gonna get a bunch of that now. You're gonna get a bunch of that, especially with Kamala being the being in the forefront.
Hey, Trevor.
What's up?
You said no conspiracy theories, but what gets me is that the information that's not being released. Number one, Trump's medical records, and number two, the trajectory of all the bullets that were shot. Now,
What
you
you
know,
think?
do you happen to know what was in between the two people that were shot?
No.
A 25-year-old black man.
Why
And
everybody all quiet?
from the film,
for
I
you to
think
cue
he was
the
the only one there.
music.
What's that?
From the film, he's the only one I could see. You know, they're blocking influencers from putting the film up. You know, the so-called assassination film. They're blocking people from putting it up. But from the film, he's the only one I see there. And he was in between two of the people that were shot.
Oh my goodness.
Now to his point, I actually saw a video where he was trying to flag down Secret Service to tell him, hey, somebody shot. It was actually that black dude. So I have seen it. Like I said, no tinfoil hat for me, but I do know what he's talking about.
So what I think happened was because the the guy that was on Trump's advisor, they were after the black guy. So they could say, hey, look at this black guy that was at a Trump rally, got shot, this and that. We support black people. We're behind him. And then at the same
Is that a
time,
conspiracy theory?
at the same time,
are we Marjorie Taylor Greene in this?
At the same time, Trump can say, hey, it was an attempt on me, but the black guy got shot. And they won't release the trajectory of all the bullets that were fired.
I mean, the Trump administration is so wild. I mean, there may be some legitimacy there. I can never really pass it by him. But I can't get past my mama black, my daddy black, blackity black. They impersonated a black supporter. And they went that route. Not educated, not sensible. They had, we got to make this believable, guys. Say the most ignorant shit you can say in your life. Come on,
and Venkat, pretend to be a protected class of black, because it's different if a black man says it, but you a gay black man now, or you pretending to be, or even worse, you pretending to be a black man that wants to be a woman. Oh my goodness, everybody's just gonna be like, oh my goodness, you just
it's baffling, but. That's the part that got me to Venkat was he said something to the lines of but my mommy is black or my, like you're trying to say my mammy is black or my daddy's. It sounded like that, but who in their right mind as a black person will see such things? Like that's the thing that gets me when they see these outlandish nonsense. And I said this in the beginning of the show. If that's the route they're gonna go for, it's not gonna work this time because instantly we know your black card, and it shows instantly when you. It's just like what's her name when she was trying to fry that damn chicken, that fried chicken, and she said that this is how her mom taught her how to fry chicken. Like, no, girl, we revoke certain parts of you, so we will know instantly if you're black or not. So I don't know why you would think you say my mommy is black and my daddy's like that doesn't even sound like typically black lingo that we would say. So automatically you cancel yourself, sir. Like that's just stupidity at its finest. Like that just sounds ridiculously redundant. And then the second part is why would a black gay person say I'm black and gay? That doesn't even make sense. It's like the things that they come up with and they think it sounds plausible and then they go along with it to the degree of, oh, someone's gonna fall for it. Like Venkat was saying, like no one's gonna fall for that. That's like in maybe the 90s, sure, but now we're in like 2000 and we're almost in like 2025. Like what are we doing? This is what we're doing. This is really what we're doing, Republicans and the rest of y'all. Like this is not gonna work. Come up with something more original, and that's what I'm saying. Like the beginning of the show, they're gonna fall for the same usual nonsense and think we're gonna fall for it. It's not going to work this time. Come up with something original. That's not original, people. It's stupidity. That's dumb. But
So we've seen Donald Trump and his administration try to court the black community. But in the process of them doing that, we have seen some of the most backhanded compliments towards the black community in the worst ways possible. We're talking about golden shoes. We're talking about AI generated images of people smiling, dead or alive. MLK. I mean,
black jobs.
Yeah, black jobs.
Black jobs.
Like everything. Like, even in 2016, what did he say? He's like, hey, "Come on, man, what do you have to lose? What does the black community have to lose in voting for me? The Democrats have been taking you for granted. So what do you have to lose?" Like, what kind of a pitch is that to a community? They would never do that to the Jewish community. They would never do that to any other community of the voting population. But with black people, this was suitable. This guy sat down in front of his little computer and typed up, "My mommy black, my daddy."
And my daddy black.
So if you are voting Republican, not in 88, not in 92, not in 2000, we're talking about 2024, and you've seen all these things unfolded, and you're like, yes, sir, give me more, sir. Then you're a special kind of Negro that I can't help you. I can't help you. So.
But black people are so gullible in that. Like it's always a savior complex. Like this election is just going to be very interesting. Hey, my computer is on 1%, so I'm about to fall off, man. I know we didn't kind of screwed up the whole format, but sometimes you got to do that. Fantastic conversation, MD. I'm gonna be ready for you next time. Don't worry about it. You're sharper than me when it comes to this type of stuff. So I got to go look and get stuff up. Patrick, Kev, Ricardo, Mike. Mike, I don't know where Mike is. Mike probably still working. Young Kev, MD, man, Van Cat, as always, appreciate the hard work and support. I'm gonna still be listening, but like I said, my computer about to die, so I'm gonna have to go to my phone, and I'm heading over to the other side of the house now. So y'all keep holding it down. And hey, cop some merch, man. Join the channel membership, so I can tell these people they ain't putting no restrictions on me, because we about to start going balls to the wall. Hopefully, when I wake up in the morning, I don't wake up to no emails from YouTube.
I'm pretty sure you will.
Hey, the jokers be sending me emails like crazy. Hey, Patrick, man, you got to set up some debates, man. We'll be rocking and rolling next Thursday. So, hey, man, I'm like I said, I'm gonna still be listening in the back, but my battery about to die. Shout out to the chat, everybody. Maria G, Keela, as always, man. Y'all hold it down. I'm Mr. Straight Talk.
All right. Thanks, Trevor. So, before we go to the lame duck, I was gonna say main duck. Before we go to lame duck, we really didn't cover the Republican convention. Time doesn't permit, and with all the stuff with the Biden news, this show has been altered 6 times around, up and down. So we'll get to it at some point, or maybe never, because really the Republican convention was really irrelevant after the events of the last few days. But I do want to.
I disagree with that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that.
Well, because you're talking about certain speakers up on there, and there were a lot of failures, though.
Yeah, I'll just say this. I know we ain't gonna cover it. I'll say this.
Yeah.
July 15th, a mortal wound was taken to conservatism. Another prophecy was fulfilled. I say it was me and Ricardo prophecy.
Okay.
Conservatism officially died July 18th, 2024. Officially.
How's that?
I just say that.
Huh? Say it. How?
Night one, we had the founder of the Slut Walk,
right,
speech live TV.
Yes.
At the Republican National Convention.
Yes.
Oh! I got
Night two.
Yes, sir.
We had the political whore, Nikki Haley. I believe that was night 2. It was either night 2 or night 3.
It was night 2. It was night 2.
We had the political whore, the person that was the harbinger for the Never Trump Republicans, bending the knee for money. And it's tied. See, I'm making a video. I'm not making no videos this week because my internet is gone. I'm gonna make it next week. I used up all my internet updating my Xbox. I didn't even know it was updated.
Consumerism at its best.
That Nikki Haley speech is more to it. I found some incriminating information on Nikki Haley just in the past week that links her to why she did what she did. And I just put the name out there, Peter Thiel. In terms of night 3, Sean, damn, what's his name, Van Cat?
Right. O'Brien.
Sean O'Brien.
Teamsters.
Spoke at the Republican National Convention.
Which is a problem.
That was a kill shot.
But that's a problem because they're
people
thinking
didn't
what
even know
he's
how to
saying.
make it.
Yeah, they're thinking what he's saying is what Trump is trying to deliver. You know, he just spoke there, but that doesn't mean that's what Trump's trying to do. Those policies.
He's not doing it at all.
Right.
He's not doing it at all. That the AFL-CIO rebuked. We gonna talk about rebuked him for like what the hell? What the hell are you doing? Not to mention that's the infamous video with Mark Wayne Mullen.
Yep.
About to get ready to fight.
Yep.
Over liberal union policy.
Stand your butt up.
and night 4, the main event. The hoaxer himself struggling to get out the t-shirt. Then you got Dana White announcing.
Well,
Trump
I do have footage on that.
Okay, all right, cool. I'm gonna be quiet. But yeah, officially dead. Officially, it's dead.
Let's take a look at a little bit of Hogan there.
And now we have more of the speakers, it looks like, who are going to be underway, including Hulk Hogan. Let's keep listening.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense, the energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was gonna press that no-good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're gonna bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother. You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States? Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you.
All right. There we go. Hogan. So let's go to Patrick here. So what do you think about the speech Hogan gave at the RNC?
And it doesn't matter. It's just, you know, he just did his wrestling stick. It don't matter. It's horrible. It's horrible. I mean, that's what they come up with. No, you notice they never say anything about policy or what he's going to do or how he's going to help the American people.
Well,
It's all hype.
in the speech, Hogan talked about the same litany of things they try to claim, that it was a safer time when Trump was there. Gas prices, food prices were not as high. Somehow the world was more respecting, even though he's been laughed on the world stage multiple times. So I mean, they use that as a thing that they're trying to defend his record. But I don't know. Do you think that Hogan at least achieved his goal to at least have some energy and excitement for that crowd to get him hyped?
Yeah, he was the hype man. I mean, you know, come up, hype up the crowd, and then, you know, get a big check. So he did his part. So that's what he was. You see, the whole Trump administration, he did two things. He gave a tax cut to the rich, and he put on those 3 Supreme Court justices that got rid of Roe versus Wade. That's the 2 things he done his whole presidency. The only 2.
And really, he didn't really do anything, because that was Turtle Man that set up those Supreme Court justice picks.
Exactly.
And then the Republicans are always ready to do a tax cut.
But I agree with MD. He the conservative Republicans, that's it. It's over for them. They know that they can't put a candidate on that'll win. And I think that was shown with Mitt Romney, like I said last week. And they have to have a Trump. But it's just that they have to have a Trump now. The MAGA party has taken over the Republican Party. The conservatives left home. They quit. The Paul Ryans and all those guys. They wouldn't bend the knee, so they went home. And now you got a clown show. And if he gets back in office, it would be an executive order every day. And the Supreme Court said he can do it.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So, MD, what did you think of Hogan's performance? Yeah, the Hulkster.
Yeah.
What did you think there?
Did you catch when he had to catch himself? Because he was about to call him Donald Duck. and then he caught himself and said Trump. Go back and watch that video and listen closely. He was about to say Donald Duck. Yeah, I agree.
He also said Donald Gate, and then he said Donald J.
Yeah. I agree with Patrick wholeheartedly. Hogan was the hype man for that night. I think Trump was the most excited throughout the course of the convention for Hulk Hogan. Blew him a kiss even.
Yep.
And I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Yeah.
And hell, during Donald J. Don Jr. speech, he fell asleep. I'm like, damn, your own son can't inspire you, but the Hulkster can. So, in that event, like I said, it was a debacle. The whole event for me was weird and strange. And you could tell a lot of the crowd did not know what to make of a lot of the speakers there. That lets you know there is no consistent platform for the Republic. It's over with. It's over. All it is now is right-wing or extreme nationalist populism. That's all it is. So, all your traditional conservatives, pack it up, go home, join whatever other third party that you need to join, because the Republican Party is not for you anymore. It just ain't. You know what I mean? Trump with the 93-minute speech with the same, he basically did a rally. What they said that Donald Trump ripped up his speech after he quote unquote got shot.
Right.
He didn't rip it up. He didn't rip it up at all. He added to it.
Yeah.
That piece in the beginning
Yep.
was the add on. And then it was full go from there. That's all he did. It was, and even that part of the speech was weird.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? The way he was saying in stark detail like a child how it happened.
The air was mild and the
I'm like, what the hell is going on? People, we living in dark time. And that's all I say. Again, like I said, a prophecy was fulfilled last week. Officially, conservatism died on that night. And I just leave it at that.
Yeah. So we want to do the JD Vance? Do we want to?
I'm chilling, man. I ain't got nowhere to go.
All right. So Ricardo, we'll be back with you on the other end. We're just gonna do JD Vance, and then we'll start off with Ricardo.
Sure.
All right.
Well, J.D. Vance thrown into the national spotlight during day one of the RNC, considered to be a champion of the Midwest. Now everyone's trying to learn more about the Middletown native, including his journey from never Trumper to running mate.
We proudly cast our 79 votes for President Donald J. Trump. and J.D. Vance.
We say Ohio is the heart of it all. Now we have the vice president, or at least the vice presidential nominee.
It's been a fast political ascent for J.D. Vance. The 39-year-old Marine and father of 3 becomes the vice presidential nominee with a total of 19 months of Senate experience. Governor DeWine speaking on the nomination.
He really has an ability, I think, to appeal to working men and women. I think what President Trump did is to find someone who is younger, but who is very consistent.
I plan to be a very good vice president for Donald Trump for 4 years.
Last night, Senator J.D. Vance said it was an honor to be picked as Donald Trump's running mate on the Republican presidential ticket. Vance was one of the first senators to endorse Trump's 2024 bid and has become a top surrogate and fundraiser on the campaign trail, even appearing at the former president's criminal trial in New York. A Marine veteran who served in Iraq and a Yale Law School graduate, Vance rose to fame in 2016 after publishing his best-selling memoir titled Hillbilly Elegy.
Where you going, J.D.?
Later turned into a movie where he detailed his upbringing in a working-class family in Kentucky and Ohio.
Vance burst onto the scene in 2016 as an author with his best-selling memoir Hillbilly Elegy, described by many as an inside look into the forgotten voters in the Rust Belt. But it wasn't until 2021 when Vance tried his hand at politics, eventually winning the primary and beating out Tim Ryan in the general election. He was sworn into office in January of 2023. Since the start of his political career, there have been shifts in loyalty for the young senator turned VP pick, even once calling himself a never-Trumper. Vance addressing the shift in 2022 right here on WLWT.
I was actually a critic of Donald Trump in 2016. I did not think he was going to be a great president. I was very happy to be proven wrong. I think if you look at the prosperity that we had in this country, the rising wages, the fact that we were finally starting to take on China, I think those policies really worked for working people in our state.
But back in 2016, during Trump's first presidential campaign, Vance was far from the staunch ally he is now.
I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Even calling Trump cultural heroin in an op-ed, and once in a message to a friend suggesting a comparison to Hitler. And he had this to say about one woman's claim that Trump had groped her.
And at the end of the day, do you believe Donald Trump, who always tells the truth? Just kidding. Or do you believe that woman on that tape?
No. But by the time he launched his Senate bid in Ohio, Vance had walked back his criticisms of Trump and earned his endorsement.
He said some bad things about me, but that was before he knew me, and then he fell in love.
Since that change, he has become an active surrogate for Trump on the campaign trail and a fierce Trump ally on Capitol Hill, even helping raise millions for the campaign. And in that same interview 2 years ago, Vance echoing similar talking points to those of his future running mate.
The question I'd ask people is, do we want to go back to the prosperity, to the rising wages, to kids thriving, or do we want to live the last 18 months of rising prices, rising crime, a wide open southern border?
We didn't hear from Vance after the announcement. He's expected to take the stage on Wednesday, followed by former President Trump on Thursday.
For his part, President Biden was quick to criticize Trump's VP pick.
He's a clone of Trump on the issues. A clone of Trump on the issue. So I don't see any difference.
And Tony, I'm told that Vance met privately with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago on Saturday morning. And in a sign of how tight-lipped this vice presidential pick was, Vance didn't even find out he was going to be the nominee until 20 minutes before Trump announced it on Truth Social. We're also told that Kamela Harris placed a call to Vance and left a voicemail congratulating him. He would be the first millennial vice president, if elected as well.
Also the first bearded vice president since the Hoover administration.
Fun facts this morning.
Caitlin, thank you very much.
All right, J.D. Vance, new VP. Ricardo, what do you think?
Yes, JD. Now, it falls back to what we were saying earlier with the Never Trumpers and all those people like the Haleys and the Christies, but Christie was the only one out of the Never Trumpers that really stood by his word of saying, hey, I'm not gonna, follow through. I'm not gonna kiss the ring, and I'm gonna still say my piece and my ish. and y'all just got to deal with it. I'm just taken back that for whatever the reason, the VP picked or nominated pick said a plethora of things, and all of a sudden he had a change of heart or tune not too long after. I'm sure there was some promised backdoor deal somewhere that would have, created that, whatever you want to call it at this particular point. It's just baffling. But like I said, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. And for whatever the reason, these never Trumpers all fall in line when there's some hidden agenda is there to begin with. I'm not the least bit surprised. I'm just a little bit surprised at Nikki Haley of all of them, because she was a staunch, advocate of I'm never gonna, support Donald Trump. But then meanwhile, I forgot she worked for him. So it shouldn't surprise anybody. But it's just a little bit disappointing. Do I think he has the comeuppance or the chops to win with Trump on the ticket with him? I don't know. I don't think he gives me that excitement. In fact, I find him very sleepy and boring. And I hate to say that, but for all of y'all out there, I'm sure there's a lot of people that agree with me. When his announcement came about, I was like, who is this Vance guy? Like, I don't know who he is. And it usually there's some portion of time where that person will command your attention. He's yet to command my attention. It just doesn't do it for me. I hate to say it, it's very lackluster at best from him. His speech doesn't do anything to incite any excitement for me as an independent voter. Again, it's going to come down to the policies, but am I in full agreement of Kamala's policies? Absolutely not. There's a number of things on the Democratic side that I find fault with, but with all that being stated, do I think I'll vote for Trump? Probably not. And that's the disappointing part that I'm hoping that side understands. It's so easy for an independent voter like myself to vote for you, but when you're assuming that I'm going to vote for you on the grounds of you say this and I'm going to vote, that's not how it works. Give me your policies. I've yet to hear, and I said this to one of my closest friends today who was arguing with me back and forth on Facebook. I was like, I've yet to hear Donald Trump's policies. The debate would have been the perfect opportunity for him to have stated them, but he just kept going round and round in circles, and I've yet to hear the answer, except to call Joe one of the worst presidents of all time, and he kept doing a whole bunch of stuff. Let me know what y'all policies are. And Project 2025 is not it. And if Trump think he's gonna win with that, only the white nationalists and the evangelicals are probably the only ones that you're appealing to with that. That's not going to help people. And someone else online told me to read, because they've read it just like MD did, word for word, verbatim. I don't know. That must have took them like a whole week to read. And he was like, yeah, I encourage everybody else to read it, because there's some things in there that just don't make sense at all. And that's kind of, and he's not a reader by any chance. So for somebody like that to tell me to read Project 2025 other than MD, I think it's alarming. But if you think you're going to win on that, Vance and Trump, that ain't it. Y'all need to step up your A game and doing, like, I'm going to say this repeatedly over and over again, because I know they're going to do it. You cannot do the dog whistling of I'm going to do all these racial undertones or passive aggressive racial things and think Black people are not going to tune in and say at the end of the day, you know what, this ain't it for me. They're going to vote otherwise. And that's where y'all going to push everybody to Kamala. And people keep arguing with me over and over again, but I'm going to state it again. That's how it's going to end up being, because at the end of the day, I think come November 14th, we're going to be voting on I would say more on the regional issues as opposed to the national, which is the presidential. So when it comes to the House and Senate races, I would look at that more so than I think the presidential race. Not to say it's not important, but that's where I'm going to see where people's mindset are going to be. Just like how I thought it would have been in the midterms, where everybody was saying one thing, but then the end result was the complete opposite. So that's where MD and I are tuning in more to. I think it's the regional sets of issues, what it affects your city, what it affects your state more, compared to the whole who's going to be president thing. But at the end of the day, I still think Kamala has a chance. Now, what is presented at the cards with who she picks as VP is very important. I think if she's going to be very instrumental, I know she's going to pick a guy to be the VP, but it would have to be somebody from the Appalachians. If she picks somebody like, say, Shapiro from Pennsylvania, she has a progressive vote that will help her transcend beyond what Vance is doing and Trump. But I digress. But we'll see. But I think it's going to be somebody from the Rust Belt, and that's where, and it has to be somebody very progressive in order for it to appeal to the independent voters as well as the conservatives that are now drifting in Neverland of, I don't know where we go from here on out. Do we do a purple party, or do we just be conservative but call ourselves something else? Set mindset people. But that's all I got to take. But Vance is sleeper for me. He's very boring. I don't get excitement. At least Pence did some kind of, I don't know where he stands, but I'm intrigued. Vance is kind of like, womp, womp, womp. So sorry, Trump, that didn't do it. If you were going to be interesting, you could have picked Beetlejuice or one of them, Beetlejuice gal, or what's her name from Arizona. Then that would have made me go, all right, he's doing something that's like interesting, but this ain't it. Sorry.
All right, thanks, Ricardo. Patrick, what do you think about JD Vance? Your opinion?
The Trump followers hate him, and they hate him. And I think if it wasn't for Kamala becoming the presidential pick, he would have had no chance. Now that Kamala, like I said earlier, I don't believe Kamala Harris has any chance whatsoever to win the election. Not one. And I think the same thing that happened with Stacey Abrams' campaign, where everybody smiled and said, hey, we support her. We're going to do this and we're going to do that. And the white women didn't show up to vote for her. And I think that's exactly the same thing that's going to happen to Kamala Harris. Everybody's going to put on a good face. Everybody's going to say, hey, we support her. We do this, we do that. And then on the day of voting day, the white men, the white women, the black men definitely not going to vote for her. And the youth isn't going to vote for her. And the reason why the white women are not going to vote for her, she was never a staunch advocate for abortion. And she still isn't. So I don't think she has a chance. I think the only chance she will have is if she picks an old, either Obama wife or Obama, or an old white politician that's been around for a long time. And I will stop at that. That been around for a long time, so people can have faith that if she don't know what she's doing, the other guy will help her. But I don't see her winning at all. And I think the Democrats are suffering from a mass delusion of hope by putting her. They said it was like 1,400 black women that signed a petition. Lose the 1,400 black women and keep the white men, the white women, the black men, and pick a candidate that way. But I don't see her having no chance to win. And unless she does what I said, either Obama's on her ticket, and Obama can run because the Supreme Court said they can't take a federal person off a state a ballot. They did that for Donald Trump when they were trying to get him kicked off the ballot. So if he runs and then the Supreme Court says he can't be the president, it don't matter. He would have won the election. He would bring out 100 million votes, and then Kamala Harris could be the vice president. It's a long shot, but I think that is the only shot. And like I said, with the Taylor Swift concerts, Taylor Swift, one concert in Ohio, Republicans have to win Ohio to win. They got to win Ohio. They lose Ohio, they lose the election. And it seems like we have to win Pennsylvania this time. And so that's why everybody thinks it's going to be Shapiro. So that's what I think.
All right, thank you, Patrick. MD, what's your thoughts here on JD Vance? And then do you have a rebuttal for what Patrick just said about Kamala Harris?
Oh yeah, so yeah, JD Vance is a nobody. You know what I mean? He's a guy from Ohio, lied about his upbringing. You know what I'm saying? He grew up in a middle class home and was able to reap benefits and go to Yale or whatever it was and get his Indian wife. You know what I'm saying? He's socially awkward. That's one thing. So, as far as enthusiasm, you can forget about it. He has none. You know what I'm saying? No charisma. at all. You know, he a creative politician. That's what he is. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't chose by Trump. Don't get it twisted. Don't get it twisted at all. He was chose by the MAGA machine and the money that drives the MAGA machine. What do I mean by that? Of course, you showed the story. He was a never Trumper in 2016. He was full throttle with fiscal conservatism. You know what I'm saying? And social to a certain degree, because he was speaking that stuff about, you know, if a woman that's in a marriage and getting her ass beat, it should be no fault divorce and they should just work it out. You know what I'm saying? He was one of them guys. But then when he ran for Senate, he saw what big money could do. I mean, he already kind of knew it because he was a venture capitalist. You know, you don't come from hillbilly to and come up with money to be a venture capitalist. It don't work that way. So he was pushed by the machine that grew him, which is again the name Peter Thiel. Peter Thiel is an interesting figure. When he ran for in 2022, Peter Thiel funded his campaign like all the way. And Peter Thiel was telling them what to do. That's why he went from never Trumper to full blown MAGA. Just to link the two, Hogan, when he had that defamation case a couple years back, Peter Thiel was the one that spearheaded the legal team for Hogan. A lot of people don't know that. So it's a connection. Peter Thiel also told Nikki Haley to stand down and said, look, we got you 2028. A lot of people don't know that either. These big donors, they control the movers and shakers in MAGA. It's not. Donald Trump is stupid. It's not him. I wish people would stop with this mindset, thinking that Trump is somehow this despicable me character, like he's so diabolical and he's an evil genius. No, bro. It's not Trump. It's just not. So, you know, JD Vance does nothing for the ticket at all. If it was still been Kamala, he would have got destroyed in the debate. Now, my pick for VP, which is Pete Buttigieg, will also destroy JD Vance. Just close your eyes and think about it for a minute. Kamala Harris, the first black Indian woman president. Pete Buttigieg, the first gay man vice president. But that pack a punch.
You don't think that'll be too much for some Americans, MD?
Man, listen, man. We living in an age where we have to solidify what it means to be in America. I just showed you that conservatism is dead. You can't use that argument. You can't do it because it holds no weight. So what are we talking about in the sense of social order? And like I said, I'm here for it because I want to get rid of all social change. I would love it. To me, Pete Buttigieg, he showed his card last week on Bill Maher Real Time. He destroyed JD Vance in one segment. I say Kamala need to be on the phone with him right now. Point blank, period. And they need to be setting this up within the next couple of weeks before the convention. And that's just what it is. I'm going with a Harris Buttigieg ticket. 100%.
I agree that's the best. I agree that would be one of the best people that's most qualified, a Harris Buttigieg, but nobody's gonna, we gotta live in reality. Nobody's gonna vote for a gay man that has a husband. I mean, it's reality.
I
It might be.
I disagree with it.
Well,
Ask Stacey Abrams.
Well, it depends because if the alphabet community is galvanized, then who knows what them in troves could do. But I would.
That's what I'm saying. Trevor just called gay people a protective class. You don't think they got no rank in the society?
they
do.
They are. Trust me. you see one little fickle thing, and it just seems like there's a little bit of, when it comes to the alphabet community, though, it seems like there's a little bit of infighting, where one group thinks that, hey, what are you talking about? The other group is like, oh, we've been here for years, and the other group is like, hey, we're the progressive ones. So you just never know when it comes to them where they fit in. But them as a unified block in terms of voting, I don't know. I could, Patrick, you might just be surprised by them.
You talking about Voltron, bro?
Yeah,
First of all, the black women is the base.
They are.
That's a lock in right there.
That's why they pick Kamala. They had to pick Kamala on the grounds of the black women were the ones that saved them for the midterms. They cannot ignore the fact that the black vote, they will always pander to the black women vote because they are that powerful. And nobody can ignore that fact when it comes to the voting block for the Democratic Party. So I feel like even though people were like, oh, you don't pick Kamala, they had to pick her. Because had it been that she was passed over this time again, who knows what would have happened, seeing that we're so close to the election. They were not about to do that again. So that's why I was like, yeah, they had to appease the black woman vote somewhere. So then now, if you're going to put in Buttigieg, which, don't get me wrong, he's very sharp as well, because I've seen him speak sometimes.
He's sharpest to me.
He's hella sharp. I wouldn't put it past them as in the ones in the background to say push him forward. But like Patrick said, who in this day and age, even though we've said we progress a lot, some people in closed doors format do a kitchen table talk, and they will never pick a gay man, let alone our community. But
man, those people are not the majority, Ricardo. I'm telling you. I am telling you right now, there is no majority of these people. It's dead. Also,
MD, you got a lot of faith, MD.
Again, man, this has already been revealed to me. That's why I'm pushing it. I'm telling you, this is it. This is the final battle. Y'all think I'm playing? This is the final battle to break all social chains. And again, Buttigieg don't have to learn the platform. He already know it with being in the administration as DOT chairman, director. It write itself. I'm telling you, Buttigieg Harris. That's what it is, and it's gonna be a winning ticket. By the way, Ipsos poll just came out today. Kamala is up 2 points, just like that. Poof.
And Buttigieg, if he galvanizes the LGBT community, that's all Trump will need to galvanize his community in the horror show. All he would have to do is put commercials on the guys that are doing the drag queens in front of the students at schools. That's all he would have to do, and he would.
Or the sports thing, where you got guys and women's sports. They love saying that one.
Which I agree.
And he would put fear in the hearts of the Trump community, and they would come out to vote. Galvanizing Buttigieg would galvanize Trump. No way.
Ain't nothing stopping the MAGA maniac from voting anyway.
And Vance was picked because he's the most like Mike Pence. He couldn't have picked one of those women because they would get more attention than Trump would, and Trump can't handle that. He couldn't have picked the Nikki Haley. He couldn't have picked the lady that lies all the time in Arizona. Because she would get more attention, and the day she gets more attention than Trump, Trump will get his ego is paper thin. He's a narcissist. He can't handle it. He has to have whoever is most like Mike Pence will be Trump's VP, and right now that's Vance, because he doesn't care. He just wants to sash. He just wants to sash to say, "Hey, I'm VP." And I'm going to make money the rest of my life off of that.
But essentially what that means is that Vance is a yes guy, kind of like Pence wasn't really a yes guy. Pence was more like, okay, sir, well, this is what will happen when you do decide to do that. So that's why they came after Pence during the J6, whatever that was, nonsense that they did. But to me, Vance is very sleepy. He comes off very boring. And he's a yes guy. Like, he's not the type of person that will if Trump asks him a question, he's gonna be like, yes, sir, without knowing that straight on, like, hey, what you're saying, sir, is wrong. I'm gonna have to fight you back. He's not a Pence. He's a yes guy. That's my problem with Vance. He's not someone that could put his foot down when it comes to like putting Trump in his position or in his place. He just comes across like everything Trump says, I'm gonna just say yes to because that pleases him. That's not how it works. A VP is kind of like a co-captain. When you're flying a plane, I expect you to be like, sir, I could have swore I heard the ATC say we're not supposed to go over in that direction. Sir, please stop the plane. That I expect him to be like, because you're running the second most powerful position in the world's, most powerful democracy. I can't expect you to be yes all the time. I expect you to be like, sir, I can't, I'm not going to agree with you in going into such and such place to start a war. That's the kind of thing that bothers me when it comes to, and that was the same issue that people had with Biden picking Kamala in the first place. We're like, is she going to be to say, hey, yes or no, or is she going to be like a yes person? So that's where we kind of have to draw the contrast with him and Pence.
All right. Thanks, Ricardo. So right now, we're going to go to session. We're going to head into the lame duck session, final video of the night. So we'll be on the other end to see about who's this week's lame duck trash bag human of the week.
First things first, in this lame duck session.
For the United Nations General Assembly to share the extraordinary progress we've made. In less than 2 years, my administration has accomplished more than almost any administration in the history of our country. America's so true. Didn't expect that reaction, but that's okay.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You're trying your best, but it never feels like enough.
I started having second thoughts almost the moment I sat down on the plane.
Lights off! Off! Turn them off. They're too bright. Turn them off. Turn them off. Let's go. Ready? Turn.
We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
So I changed my return flight and flew back on the first available flight I could take.
I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
I'm sick and tired of ordinary people being fleeced.
I'm tired of being quiet.
I'm sick and tired. I'm just sick and tired.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
With great power comes great responsibility.
These lights are so bright in my eyes that I can't see too many people out there. But I can only see the black ones. I can't see any white ones. You see? That's how far I've come. That's how far I've come. That's a long way, isn't it? These eyes. You want to see a bird graveyard? You just go. Take a look. A bird graveyard? Go under a windmill someday. You'll see more birds than you've ever seen ever in your life.
Tonight, Pennsylvania State Police releasing the names of 3 victims shot during the attempted assassination of former President Trump. 57-year-old David Dutch and 74-year-old James Copenhaver, now both in stable condition. 50-year-old Corey Comparator was killed in the crossfire. Joseph Maine was just feet away from Comparator when the shots rang out.
It was rather chaotic at that point because half the people were looking because they thought it was fireworks. I knew it was gunshots right away.
Comparator was a 30-year veteran firefighter and former chief. He died shielding his wife and daughters. The station now reeling from the loss.
It's close to home, and then right in our neighborhood, we find out that one of our own his life was taken too early. It's tough. It's hard to process.
It's heartbreaking, but it's a true honor being able to speak about how good of a man he was.
For people that didn't get the privilege of knowing Corey, what do you want the world to know about him?
That they missed out on getting to know a great man, a God-fearing, family-loving man He'd do anything for anyone, and that he was a man full of love. Never knew him to hate anything. He truly lost a good one.
The New York Post reported that Corey Competore's wife refused to call for President Biden, but had not heard from former President Trump. The family was shielded at the rally as the shooting happened. The former fire chief is being remembered as a hero.
The wife of the man killed by an assassin's bullet at a Donald Trump rally on Saturday refused a call from Joe Biden offering condolences. Helen Competore, the widow of 50-year-old former volunteer fire chief Corey Competore, said, "I didn't talk to Biden. I didn't want to talk to him. My husband was a devout Republican and he would not have wanted me to talk to him, RadarOnline.com can reveal." She added, "I don't have any ill will towards Joe Biden. I'm not one of those people that gets involved in politics. I support Trump, that's who I'm voting for, but I don't have ill will towards Biden. He didn't do anything to my husband. A 20-year-old despicable kid did."
Corey Competore died trying to save his family's life. Corey was shot in the head. His widow, Helen, spoke with the New York Post and deemed him as her hero. During the conversation, she also revealed that Joe Biden reached out to talk to her, but she refused to accept his call. Interesting. You know what's even more interesting? Donald Trump ain't called at all. Yeah, man. Trump ain't reached out at all. In fact, they said Trump went golfing, which perhaps leads credence to those who are thinking that this is a hoax or something. Because who gets shot in the ear and goes golfing the next day? Not just shot in the ear, not just an accident, like an attempt on your life, an assassination attempt, and you go right back out into the open field and you golf. Anyway, fam, that ain't what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about Helen. I'm here to talk about an ungrateful human being. See, this is the way I look at it, fam. Politics aside, you have a man that's reaching out to offer condolences. I get it. You don't appreciate him, you don't like him, you don't like his politics. But the guy that you do appreciate and the guy that you do want a phone call from don't call you at all. He don't check on you at all. He don't send a check. He don't even get somebody to call and say, "Hey, former president, say that, sorry he couldn't be there in person. He'd like to be there in person, but he's recovering from his shot to the head. So he can't be there, but he wish you well. Bye. See you later." Click. Anything. Nothing. Absolutely incredible. This is what I'm talking about, fam. These people will go to hell and stay for Donald Trump. If they had a choice of heaven and hell, they would choose hell to kiss Donald Trump's feet. They would choose hell. I just don't get it. What is it about this dude that has people so fascinated with him? I don't get it. He dumb. The dude farts in court compulsively. He stinks. What is it about him? He's a liar, thief. What is it about him? Because I can't explain it. I can't explain it. He had 4 years as president. He did nothing to improve the country at all. He did nothing to improve race relations at all. He did nothing to improve the economy. Nothing. Jack. He went and got himself a bunch of money. He made a bunch of money for his friends and his relatives. But anybody else who got something, they got it on their own. And some of them are too stupid to know that. This was what I'm talking about, fam. Y'all be running, sniffing up behind, all up in Trump crack, and he don't care nothing about you. This woman's husband took a bullet that was intended for Trump, and he didn't even have the decency to extend a courtesy call. I'm sorry for your loss. That's all she would have wanted. If she would have got that, oh man, she probably would have been set for life. She would have died happy. However many more years she got, she would have just died happy. You couldn't tell her nothing after that. But he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't give her that satisfaction. Because Trump don't give a damn about none of y'all. None of y'all.
He's a firefighter, and he knows his job is to save lives. And I think it was just instinct that when he heard the shots, he hits the ground and protects his loved ones.
Furman, like many in this country, are struggling to understand why this happened. But he does think it will bring change.
This is a kind of a hateful campaign, going back and forth, calling each other names, which I think that's got to change. We got to come together and campaign like we should.
And Trump just keep on moving forward, getting his money, selling T-shirts and sneakers. Selling y'all anything you can think of, just selling something. Selling mug shots. A president, think about that, fam. A former president selling mugshot pictures. He's selling mugshots and they buying it. They got T-shirts out saying, I'm voting for the felon. This is a guy running for president, and they say they're voting for the felon. Very interesting. It is very interesting. I'm gonna tell y'all something, fam. I get it if you were riding for somebody who would ride for you. I get it. I get it. But Trump ain't riding for you. And if y'all think Trump being divisive is somehow gonna make your life better, you're in for a rude awakening. It ain't gonna turn out like you think it's gonna turn out. If it go down, it ain't gonna go down like you think it's going to go down. But some of y'all too stupid to know that. Don't let history mess around and repeat itself, because you're gonna lose. Again. Say it with me, family. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. No more talk.
He is thankful his nephew is already being honored as the hero that he was.
All right. All right. There she is. There she is. Put the spotlight on this week's Trash Bag Human of the Week, number 48. Shout out to Willie D for the Ghetto Boys. MD, what's your thoughts on this week's Lame Duck?
I mean, I get it from the sense of that she's so radicalized where she wouldn't accept a call from the president of the United States, so he could send his condolences. That's weird. That it is what it is. But to be fair and balanced, Trump did talk to her. In fact,
afterwards.
So I've heard conflicting reports, and that's what I'm about to say. So Fox News had reported that initially Chris LaCivita, I think that's that guy's name, the campaign manager for Trump, had spoken to her. That's how they got the uniform brought out. And then after the RNC Trump talked to her and told her, whenever she was ready, that he wanted her to come on one of the campaign rallies or whatever. Then I heard another report saying it was Trump himself. So it's definitely conflicting reports. It shouldn't be. Why should there be a conflicting report about who called who? Like that's stupid and it's weird, especially in this situation where somebody lost their life.
Facts.
At the end of the day, Trump, as soon as he was able, should have got in contact with that woman. That don't take away from just the radicalization of the fact that you're not going for political reasons. You're not going to take a call from the president of the United States after your husband was killed. That's some weird ish.
Very weird.
I'm gonna just keep it a buck. So it's warranted for her being the lame duck, but that just shows you just the mind numbness of a lot of these MAGA maniacs. And then she gonna try to disqualify herself from being you're a MAGA maniac. Talking about, oh, I don't deal with politics and I have nothing against Biden. So why didn't you take the damn call? You a MAGA maniac. And it just showed. But hey, this is the times we living in, y'all. It's weird. It's definitely weird. And she probably couldn't even tell me what a Trump policy was and how it directly affected her. But because again, we living in a cult of personality in politics these days, this is the summation of what you get.
All right. Thanks, MD. Patrick, what do you think about lame duck number 48, Helen Compertori, whatever the hell?
It's amazing how radicalized she is that she wouldn't make history talking to the current president of the United States. And instead of making history talking to the current president of the United States, she said, I'm not going to do it because I'm a part of a cult. and that's what it is. It's a cult. And it's a social club. You see the people that go to all these Trump rallies, they go and see who all's there and, have their cult rally. But then when Trump starts talking, they'll leave. And, because, they heard it before. There's no new records from Trump. And it's just shocking that someone to be that, institutionalized, that she wouldn't talk to the president, but she had talked to Trump. And just get this, when Trump went down, the only thing he was concerned about was get my shoes.
Yep.
Get my shoes. Because he has counterbalances in his shoes and he has lift in his shoes. He was more concerned about people figuring out that he's not as tall as he says he is, and being able to walk with his counterbalances in his shoes than anybody out there. Didn't care who was shot, who wasn't shot. Just get my shoes. And when I said last week, he hid behind a woman. If that was Biden, that would have been the top thing on the news. Biden hid behind a Secret Service agent. He hid behind a woman while he was getting shot at. And Trump hid behind a woman and asked for her shoes. So it just shows. My theory is that white folks have always looked up to rich people. And even in the Civil War days, they would look up to rich people. They would work for them. They would work the cotton fields or the soybean fields or whatever it is. I think the reason why Trump is so able to cross over because Trump doesn't look rich. He looks like Cooter from Andy Griffin. And he speaks on their level. When, like when the other rich guys tried to run, they couldn't get what Trump did because they don't speak. Trump speaks on their level. He speaks on an 8th grade reading level. And I think that's what is his draw. That's what makes him so popular. And that's why the base is willing to follow him. But every new artist becomes obsolete after a while. And that's what's happening to Trump, I think.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. Ricardo, what do you think about Helen, number 48, lame duck?
Yeah, like MG says, I share the same sentiments. Like, I find it weird that she did not want to actually correspond with the sitting president of the United States, giving her his condolences. Um, she's within her rights to say no. I get it, but she's so entrenched in the MAGA mindsets that she was like, "Hey, I would rather it be Trump." And mind you, we don't know if Trump is going to make it back into office, but she sees it fit to not speak to the opponent to Trump than to actually, do so in the good faith of, hey, your deceased husband just died, and I'm just sending you my condolences, and that the rest of the country feels with you in regards to, what took place. Um, all in all, it's a missed opportunity from her. I'm sure she will look back and, ponder whether or not she should have taken the phone call. I don't think it really matters because she doesn't really care. But, it's one of those things where, what's the word we're looking for here? Is it propriety? Um, we used to have a sense of decency, even if I don't like the president or whatnot. You still have a code of conduct as like citizens that live in this country to still be respectful. Um, all in all, we don't see that in this day and age anymore. So it's more like, if I don't like you, I just don't like you, and I keep it moving, or I keep it a buck. But she could have done a better job. So I let's hope, like Patrick T says, hopefully Trump cares enough to probably send you roses, or um put out a scholarship in your husband's name. I doubt he does, because Trump's ego is so bigger than the universe or the Big Bang Theory that he's the greatest thing that ever came about in American history. He doesn't even give two coats about her at the end of the day, and probably won't. But he will use her as rhetoric on his campaign trail just to drum up, support and galvanize the MAGA crew or group or posse that he has, so that things can keep moving. But all in all, Helen, is it comparata? I think it's a Italian name.
Comparator.
I wish you well. It's unfortunate what took place in regards to your husband. It's never nice to lose a spouse. But you don't want to be entrenched in politics. I don't expect to see you on the campaign trail. I don't expect to see your image or your husband's or spouse's image to be used, his likeness. So if you're not a part of the whole political thing, I don't expect to see your picture. Now, if I do see your picture or his picture going forward, I know you're a damn liar. And I know at the end of the day, you got brainwashed into the whole entrenchment of MAGA. But it's
Give it a month. She'll be standing with Trump within a month.
Yeah,
Trust
she will. Trust me, she will. We know, but it would be nice for her not to be seen that she says she's not a part of politics and doesn't like to be a part of it. So all in all, I wish her well, and it's just a missed opportunity, and she's well deserved of the lame duck session, because man, it's you could do better. But I digress.
Think about it like this: if they weren't Trump supporters, he would still be alive.
True.
He would still be alive. I mean, it's crazy. It's unfortunate, right? Because you're sitting down in the audience and you just randomly get shot. That is hard, but it just sucks to, after all that happened, like, to have that kind of mindset. That's ridiculous. And it's a bad light on him too, because she's saying, hey, I'm doing it on behalf of him. So that means he's even worse. So the mindset is ridiculous. You got to separate politics from all the other stuff. You can't just be this way and just be so extreme with everything. Oh, that person fell down. I can't help him because that's a Republican.
Hey, let me indulge the conspiracy theory real quick. Patrick, let me ask you: do you know where exactly he was sitting at in the grandstand behind Trump? Was he to the left or to the right of him?
The right of Trump on the grandstand?
Yeah. Where was he sitting at?
Well, from the angles on the thing, it looks like the guy was on the left of Trump. The black guy was in the middle, and the other guy was on the right of the black guy. And that's my point. They won't release the trajectory. The trajectories will show who he was aiming at. It will show that clearly, and that they won't release it, and that should have been released.
Right. So here's what I'm hearing, and I'm hearing this from a lot of right wing people. I've heard it on videos. I heard it on Fox News. They're saying that the bullet that grazed Trump, and I've heard it from left wing people too. The bullet that grazed Trump was potentially the bullet that killed him, allegedly. So if that's the case, how was he hovering over his family after the shots if that was the initial shot?
Yep, I thought that too.
Yeah,
so
I thought that too.
I put on my tinfoil hat just for a minute. I'm taking it back off.
They try to paint a narrative that he's a hero. Well,
they had to make him Tarzan. That's all that was.
Wow.
Right. So if the initial shot is the one that killed him and grazed Trump, how was he hovering over his family? I just called that.
Yeah, I've been thought about that same day. I didn't want to say it, but you said it, so that's good for me.
Like I said, my tinfoil hat is off now. I just wanted to put it on for a second, and now it's off.
But just think, because they're saying he has 3 offshore accounts now. If the guy was paid to shoot the black guy, and then Trump would have got what he wanted, he could have said, "Hey, this black guy was there supporting me. Black people support me. Look, he died in support of me." And black folks would have flocked to that. And they would, and he could still say the bullet was meant for him, even though it wasn't. And a black guy got caught up in it. And so that's what I'm thinking that was going on. But when they release the trajectories, we'll know for sure if they release them, because they should have been released the trajectories. Once they have those trajectories, they will know for sure who he was aiming at and who was hit on, and it was on purpose or not.
It's intriguing. It's intriguing. By the way, the director of the Secret Service did resign today. So.
Yeah, I was going to cover that too, but we don't have the time for that.
Yeah, he resigned from one job. They just give her another one. No big deal.
Just like the police.
They just give her another one and another agency in the same salary.
Now keep in mind that Biden appointed her as director of Secret Service. She initially was on Pepsi. Biden's detail when he was vice president. So I mean she's been in Secret Service for over 20 years. So I mean, just putting it out there.
I mean, but see, if what you said was true last week, that he only had a detail. If he only had a detail, it makes sense what happened. But presumptive nominees don't get a detail; they get full service. That's why I say they were behind it. He should have had full service. In full service, they would not have the one elevated point. Nobody sitting on that roof. And like they said, it wasn't even Secret Service snipers that took the shot.
Yeah, it was police. It was local police.
Yeah, police and the ones that you, like I said last week, the ones that you can see on the film, they're not the ones that took the shot. It was the ones that were to the right of them. But all these things should have been released. Who took the shot, where that trajectory went, all that. It's been over a week. They should have had that information in 3 days.
What if they would have what?
Why did they kill him instead of bringing him in?
Oh. Keep going.
Hey, bring into the conversation. Hell, we over 4 hours now, man. Hey. Hell, why not?
Yeah, hey, brother, I gotta get my grandson to bed. It's been a pleasure talking to y'all.
All right, Patrick, man. Peace.
All right. Well, there you have it, folks. So let's just give our final sign-offs on this. Ricardo, when you do your final sign-off, sir.
Yeah, all in all, it's been a very eclectic um whirlwind of span of 2 weeks that culminated into us knowing what we knew over the weekend. Um, I still say it could have been handled behind closed doors on the Democratic part a little bit much better than doing the in group fight in the outskirts of the public view. There's certain things that I expect the quorum to be a part of. That was the word I was trying to use for the last segment. That the quorum is very important, and I felt like they dropped the ball with that when it comes to the Democratic Party. When you use George Clooney and Obama and all these people to tell a man to step aside gracefully after you begged him to come back in the race on account of not going to a second term with the now twice impeached, disgraced president running back again, convicted on multiple charges. They could have handled it a little bit better, but I digress. So here we are on the cusp of having the first female president. I know Hillary somewhere is kicking her chair and is really upset about it, but it's going to do the fake happy for her because this was a moment that she should have won. But all in all, I wish Kamala the best of luck. She is the presumptive nominee for the Democratic Party. It's too late to pick somebody else. And with the $100 million that she received overnight in the span of 72 hours, speaks volumes. And I hope she picks a VP that she could run well with, that's able to be respectful and do their due diligence of being combative in a respectful way, and not be a yes person to her and tell her when she's not being a great leader. And hopefully it works out well for the Democrats. We need someone that could keep, what is a potentially dangerous person coming back in to win. I'm not in agreement with everything policy-wise for the Democrats, but as an independent voter, it's going to come down to policy, and I hope they do a tremendous job in laying out in layman terms what they're planning to do. Even if I don't agree with it, I'll find some way to I guess, deal with it in some way. But best of luck to them, and great show, guys. Looking forward to next week. Let's see what else is coming up, because it's going to be coming in like a hurricane, and then as soon as the hurricane comes in, something new comes into play. And so we're very fickle-minded, and great show. YouTube, please don't flag Tape Fist Politics. We're saying everything. Everybody, please don't come
Good luck with that.
Great job. Great show, guys. Look forward to next week.
All right. Thanks, Ricardo. MD, what's your final sign-off, sir?
Hey, this was a great show, man. I'm putting this in my top 5 TFP. This was a great show. Great show. It was a hodgepodge, but we got a lot of stuff out. And that's always good. I expect the video from both of y'all on your wives throwing boiling hot water on y'all to prove that it's okay. So I need them in the group chat, as soon as possible. When I get home,
my wife just said she's going to go do it right now.
Yeah, go boil it right now. Because I'm telling you, if my girl pick up a pot toward me, I'm shooting her. So
No, you will not. No, you will not. You gonna question her, but you're not gonna shoot her.
So yeah, man. Hey, this was a great show. Honestly, man. Like I said, I'm putting this in my top 5. I'll check me out tomorrow, maybe. I guess I'll be on Solar Vision. They're supposed to be having a show about Kamala over there. Let's see how that goes. I've been invited over there, so check me out on Solar Vision Debate League. Well, it's called Universal Debate League now. I'll probably put a community post out or something.
Yes.
Just quick note: tomorrow, Netanyahu will be in the House.
Ooh.
A joint session tomorrow in Congress. Netanyahu will speak.
And Kamala Harris will not be there.
Yeah, she won't be there. Well, she got a prior obligation anyway. That's what I heard.
That's the excuse she's using.
I wouldn't see him either. But Biden will see him on Thursday. And then Friday, Van Cat, I need you to roll out the red carpet. Netanyahu will be at Mar-a-Lago on Friday. So, I'll be looking out for that. Hey, do not expect this news cycle to slow down. It's not.
It's crazy.
From here to the election, it's going 100 miles per hour. I'm telling you right now.
I'm trying to pencil in some episodes. Like Mike gave me an idea for an episode, and there's these other episodes I'm trying to do. I'm like, okay, something crazy won't happen, so I could do it, and then it just keeps happening. Something else happens every time.
And well, yeah, good luck with that, because like I said, it's going a mile a minute, and I don't see it stopping anytime soon.
It will not.
Anytime soon. So buckle in. Again, Harris Buttigieg 2024. And yeah, man, if we could, like I said, maybe not as long, but based on how the cycle going, strap in. TFP finna ride. And with that, I'll see y'all next week.
Yes, sir.
Catch MD 20, the Individualists on YouTube at the MD 20. Check out those videos. Got God and Government. Got Thoughts Box Live. Got the short haul videos, which he had a great short haul. I need to play some of that on a future episode. But like the cycle is going so quick that things we talk about get obsolete immediately.
Yes, they do.
So check out MD on his channel, the MD 20. I'd like to thank everybody for coming on the show tonight. Patrick, Mr. Straight Talk, peace to Tequila, peace to Maria G, of course. Peace to Bones in the chat. Thank everyone for tuning in tonight. Next week, we're going to attempt to do a show that we should have done 3 weeks ago. At least I was trying to do it 3 weeks ago. But there's always something coming up that always changes the schedule. So next week, it'll be a comparison of 1968 to 2024. As you can see, there's so many parallels and similarities between those two different election years.
Especially now, because Biden dropped out, just like LBJ.
Yep. Somebody got shot. Bobby Kennedy got shot and died. Trump got shot. He didn't die. So, yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot.
And if RFK wouldn't have got killed, he possibly might have been the president.
He would have won. Definitely, he would have won. For sure. Yeah, so it's a wild, crazy election year. And this is probably, at least in my lifetime, since I've been paying attention to elections, this is like, I think only thing else wild is probably 2000. That 2000 election was just crazy. But this is crazier than anything I've seen. So God knows what's going to happen next. So we'll see everybody next week on Tape Fist Politics. I'm Venkat, and for the world's most dangerous political panel, we say peace and have a great evening.
Peace.
Peace on up.
She just said a terrible thing. You know what she said? Shout it out, because I don't want to. Okay, you're not allowed to say, and I never expect to hear that from you again. She said, I never expect to hear that from you again. She said he's. That's terrible. Terrible.